by fireworks and drugs, being passionate.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Space News Pod. This is a channel about space science and tech. Today, we're real-time tracking the Long March 5B rocket as it descends into the Earth's atmosphere. Now, where will it impact? That's the question that everybody is asking. More than likely, this rocket booster, the first stage, will be entering the atmosphere, and most of it will break up. Most of it will burn up in the atmosphere on the way back to Earth after it reaches the Kármán line. The Kármán line is where the Earth's atmosphere stops and space begins. And once the rocket enters the Kármán line, it will start burning up. And eventually, it will break up completely, except for a few parts, possibly. Excuse me. Some of the parts that may survive this are engine parts because they're built to be superheated, like the rocket nozzles, etc. They're built to be superheated, and those kind of parts, plumbing that's inside, but all of the fuel will be gone. Everything will be burning up. The shell of the rocket will burn up on its way back down to Earth. And at about 5-6 hours from now, it will all start. So, if you're on the east coast of the US, midnight tonight is when deorbit really starts happening. And there's fluctuations. There's a time fluctuation. It could be plus or minus, an hour or so. So it could happen anytime between 10 o'clock p.m. and midnight tonight. And when this rocket does deorbit, there's a possibility, a very, very slim possibility, the slimmest of possibilities. We don't have a exact percentile, but there's a very slim possibility that it could hit something in the ocean. But don't worry about it. You're going to be all right. It's not going to hit people. It's not going to hit land. It'll be in the Pacific Ocean. And the Pacific Ocean is gigantic. So don't worry about it. Everything's going to be okay. I just want to be the person to let you know that everything is going to be all right for this reentry. The size of the Pacific Ocean, think about this, 63.8 million miles squared. It's the deepest and biggest ocean on the Earth. 14,000 feet deep. 63.8 million miles squared. So this little rocket, compared to the ocean, it's not going to make a dent in the ocean at all. It's not going to cause a tsunami. It might cause a little wave here and there, but it's not the whole rocket that would be landing if anything were to land at all. It would be the pieces that I was talking about earlier, the rocket nozzles, the plumbing, etc. So don't worry. That's all I gotta say. That's all I gotta tell you right now. Don't worry about it. The likelihood of getting hit with a piece of a rocket is it's almost infinitely impossible. If you have a question, super chat is the only way I'll be able to answer your question because I can't see the chat. It's going too fast. And the reason why this rocket is deorbiting out of control is because usually a rocket has a guidance system that'll bring it back to Earth, and it has propellant left in the rocket that will push it back to a safe place, like in the middle of the ocean. And they'll know exactly where it's going to be landing, where it's going to be burning up, where the debris field is going to be. Now, this rocket, they're not 100% sure about that. But it will be landing somewhere in the Pacific Ocean. And this is going to all start in about 4 to 5 hours tonight. If you're in the Pacific Ocean, and if you're near Australia, look to your west. Look up and then look to to your east. That's where it should, in theory, be going down. By the way, if you just tuning in, I know we just had a surge of people coming into the channel. We are trying to get to 80,000 subscribers today. That's our subscriber goal. And we are at 73,000 almost. We need about 100 more people to subscribe to get to 73,000. And it really does help with our continued coverage of this rocket. It really does. So if you could hit the sub button, if you're into space or SpaceX, Elon Musk, that's what we cover every single day. Sebastian Lamb, thank you so much for that super chat. I appreciate your support. Super chats will help us move our base of operations to Texas, where SpaceX is conducting tests on the largest rocket known to humanity. We'll be able to bring you daily coverage of what they call Starship. Starship is as big around as the International Space Station, and it's absolutely massive. So if you like spaceflight, make sure to give this video a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel because it really helps us out in our mission to bring you the best spaceflight coverage on YouTube. Raylin, is it gonna shake the earth? Raylin, thanks for that super chat. This will not shake the earth. The rocket isn't big enough and it's going to be landing in the Pacific Ocean, so it's not going to shake the earth. No tsunamis. It's just going to make a little bit of waves here and there. That's about it. A few waves. Do you think Sweden will be safe? Sweden seems to be in the safe zone. You know, I don't want to say anything's 100% safe, but Sweden seems to be in the safe zone. Is Ontario, Canada 100% safe? Devin, just like I said before, can't be 100% sure, but it seems like both of those places are pretty safe. I see the plan. The last orbit goes over SNL. They're after Elon, Jude. Yeah, Elon is going to be having his Saturday Night Live debut tonight, and it is going to it's going to be awkward. I'm just going to be honest with you. It's going to be awkward. Are there any people in chat here that like Elon Musk? We cover Elon Musk almost every single day on this channel. So we're very familiar with what he does. And I appreciate it getting us to 73,000 subscribers. We're almost there. We're like 20 people away from 73,000. That would completely make my day. We're searching. We're going for 80,000 subscribers today. That would be amazing. We're hoping to get there. That's our goal for today. We have about 5 hours ish, 4 to 5 hours before it starts targeting, or before we target a deorbit into the Kármán line, past the Kármán line, plus or minus 60 minutes right now. That's tracked by NORAD. Sebastian Lamb says, "Why is it not controlled? Run out of fuel." Yeah, and there's no boosters on this thing to send it back home like that. It just randomly falls back to Earth. Ken Ciart says, "Yes, Elon fanboy." Yes, there's a lot of people that love Elon Musk. A lot of people that are big fans of Elon. I'm glad we have some Elon fans in this chat. We're literally 72,999 subscribers right now. Who's going to be the next person to subscribe? Should the world place more sanctions on China until they can safely bring a rocket back down to Earth? Well, that's a hard one to answer. I would answer it as somebody who enjoys spaceflight and somebody who has the best interest of the public in mind. I would put sanctions on them until they figure it out, especially things like this where they have international communities working together to track this thing. They're spending the communities and the professionals' time and money to track these things. And we wouldn't have to be tracking these things if they didn't have proper guidance system to bring these things back. So, yeah, unfortunately, we can't really do anything but send them a bill, at this point. If something, just for tracking purposes, they're not going to pay it. So, this rocket, as it lands, breaks up in the atmosphere and comes back down to Earth once it reaches the Kármán line, and the molecules in the air start ripping apart the pieces of the rocket, of the main part of the rocket. Those parts are meant to disintegrate. Those parts are meant to break up, rip apart, and then eventually burn up on the way down. And we got some information on our Discord saying that the fuel tanks will expand and get dismantled on re-entry because of the heat. Because they're aluminum, copper alloy, and they'll melt. And the debris that's superheated that comes back down, once it hits the water, it's going to disintegrate due to the thermal shock or the speed, or both. So we have some information there. If you want to join our Discord, I know this is going to be crazy because it's so fast, but we have a Patreon link. I just posted it in Discord or in chat right now. Patreon will help us get to the next level as well. We have new members of the channel today too. I want to give these people a shout out because they really do help. Jude, Rebecca White, EO2 Dave, Autumn Lily, Danik Morissette, Ahmed Putin, Preeti, Ken, Jeremy, Maria, Nice Guy, Novacon, thank you so much for being part of the show. And super chats, there's just too many super chats to know. So I'm going to do the first probably 5, 10. And I'm going to thank those people for supporting the show today. Andrew B, Sebastian Lamb, Davin, Gamage, Max SMP, Rylan, Rylan Allen, Sebastian Lamb again. Thank you so much for 2 super chats. Jonas Saul, Nostriches, Navid Pay, Ramsum. Thank you so much for becoming a member of the show. That really does help. Tina, Sam, Max, Spike Daily Fresh, Crypto Monkey. Thank you so much for all the super chats, helping out tremendously through this show. So there's a very, very tiny chance of anybody getting injured from this rocket. I just want to let you all know that. It will be impacting over the Pacific Ocean, or in the Pacific Ocean, I should say. It will be burning up over the Pacific Ocean. And we're going to be bringing you the latest time as we get it from NORAD. These times are going to be plus or minus 60 minutes. Thank you so much for becoming a Patreon member. Who is our latest Patreon member? I just got an alert. Max Capacity, thank you so much for becoming a Patreon member. Now you have access to our exclusive Discord. Thank you so much for that. If you're a fan of spaceflight, you are a fan of this channel. So this rocket is pretty big compared to a human. It's a Long March 5 rocket. Hip, you're back as a new member and a mod. Thanks, man. This rocket is quite large for a rocket. It's 186.9 feet tall, 16 feet diameter, with a mass of 1.8839 million pounds. Pretty big. 2 stages. The first stage, which is the rocket part of the rocket, will be coming back down to Earth tonight. It's spinning uncontrollably right now, and it will be deorbiting in about 4 to 6 hours, somewhere around those lines, up or down. And this rocket will, when it deorbits, once it passes the Kármán line and it starts hitting the Earth's atmosphere, will burn up. Most of it will burn up. But there's parts of it, I should say, that might not burn up. But fuel tanks will definitely burn up. They will rapid, unscheduled disassembly. That's what RUD means. They'll melt copper, the copper tubes and the tubing inside the rockets will melt. There will be superheated piece of metal that will be raining down into the Pacific Ocean. But once it hits the ocean, it's going to disintegrate. It's thermal shock, also the impact from the speed of this rocket coming down. And the Long March rocket, compared to a human, it's big. It's almost 200 feet tall. But the cool thing about this rocket is that it launched part of China's new space station to low Earth orbit. It's the Harmony of the Heavens space station. This is the core module, the TCM, that went to space. This is going to be a large modular space station, and it was launched April 29th of this year. It's part of the Chinese space program, and it's an independent space station outside of the International Space Station. So the International Space Station is a completely different thing than the Chinese space station. The rocket had no people on board. There's no people at the space station right now, just the space station itself. They're checking it out, making sure everything works. Then they'll be sending people up eventually. But this rocket had 0 people on board, and there will be 0 people coming back with it because nobody was on board when they launched it. The core module of Chinese space station provides life support and living quarters for up to 3 members of the crew. and it has guidance, navigation, and orientation systems for the station. It has power, propulsion, and life support, and it's going to have 3 sections, or it does have 3 sections: the habitable living quarter, the non-habitable service section, and the docking hub. So other pieces. This is like a Lego puzzle here, like a Lego build. They snap onto this thing. They're going to build piece by piece. They're going to build this big space station. It's going to be really cool. Now, since the U.S. is commercializing the International Space Station, they're decommissioning it, and they're going to commercialize it. They're going to basically rent it out eventually. They're going to be sending people up there on a private astronaut mission in the near future. Rebecca, did you say there's nobody on the current or the ISS currently? No, the ISS does have inhabitants, but the Chinese space station, the Harmony of Heavens, has nobody on it right now. So the US with NASA, Axiom Space, and SpaceX will be sending private astronauts to the International Space Station early next year. I'm going to be on a call with NASA on Monday, and we're going to discuss what's going to be happening with that launch. Well, they're going to be on a call. I'm going to be a reporter, basically. So I'll be calling in. So it should be interesting to see what happens with the commercial program with NASA and Axiom Space and SpaceX. They're going to be launching on a Falcon 9 Block 5 rocket with a Crew Dragon capsule on top of it. This chat is going wild. If you have a question that you'd like me to answer, please super chat. That is the best way to get super chat, or to get me to see your questions. Thank you to our newest Patreon patron, Steve Allen. Thank you so much for that. Just came through. Thank you so much for that. I do appreciate that. Help support our mission of building a new base station for us in Texas so we can continue bringing you coverage of SpaceX Starship continuously. It's a plan, daily coverage of SpaceX Starship on site. Gigantic rocket. Have you ever seen the Starship? Have you seen those things? Those things are insane. They're huge. Those astronauts, Rebecca, I hear you. Yeah, I'm afraid of heights, so I can never go to the space station. There's no way. There's no way. I don't know if I'd be able to launch in a rocket. I'd be afraid just to be in the rocket, to like climb up to the top of the rocket to get on that thing. Do we know if it's still expected to hit water? Yes, Tonic Fox Gaming, it is still expected to hit in the Pacific Ocean. At least pieces of it will. Annio Nick, thank you so much for that super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you for your support. Really does help out the show. Did we make our goal yet of 73,000? Oh yeah, we did. We're going for 73,500 now. And then we're going to eventually get up to 80,000. Let's get up to 80,000 subscribers today. That'd be insane. That's only 7,000 more subs, but we can do it. I know we can. I know you can. You got this. If you're into space flight, Elon Musk, SpaceX, we cover some Tesla stuff every once in a while, but mainly SpaceX and Starship. Then hit that sub button, because we will bring you continuous coverage of Starship every single day. Again, thank you, Steve Allen, for becoming a Patreon patron, and also Max Capacity. You get access to our exclusive Discord server where you get to talk about spaceflight all the time. You get to nerd out. It's great. I'm just checking right now to see if there's any new news from NORAD, from the space tracking division, if there's anything going on over there, if anything has changed. Nothing has changed. We're still on track for about 10:30 tonight, 10:30 p.m. Eastern time. So stay tuned in. We'll let you know what's going on. We're trying to keep up with chat. Angry. Thanks for the super chat, buddy. Any updates on the rocket, Jonah? The RPC is endangering the world. Yes. Yeah, it's scary out there sometimes. Jonah Salt, any updates on the rocket? Spinning uncontrollably, and we're waiting for it to deorbit in about 4 hours. Unacceptable, completely impossible, beyond angry. Everybody, so you see that guy, Angry Astronaut? He has an amazing channel. Amazing channel. And if you're into space flight, but you're not into the good the good stuff, if you want the stuff that's controversial about space flight, check out Angry Astronaut's channel. Awesome dude, provides great coverage. One of our buddies here at the channel. Check out his channel. Awesome stuff over there. I watch it all the time. Makes me laugh and cry at the same time. Skylab was planned to be lifted by the shuttle into a higher orbit. The shuttle ended up too late. The Soviet space station depended on their shuttle, which failed. Jude, I love that you have all this knowledge. This is great. Daniel, thank you so much for the super chat. I can't read that. It's not in English, so I can try to Google Translate it. Will we be able to see it from Ireland? Let me translate this one real quick, and I'll give you an answer about Ireland momentarily. Thanks, Danielle. Brazil is great. That's what I can say about that one. Will we be able to see it from Ireland? Let me take a look at the map real quick. I don't think so, but I want to make sure that I'm right about that. Pretty sure I'm pretty sure you won't be able to, but I want to make sure. I have so many tabs open trying to keep up with all this stuff, all this news. Yeah, more than likely. I mean, you'll be able to see it. You won't be able to see it break up from Ireland, but you might be able to see it in the sky if you look to the southwest or southeast, or just keep facing south because it's going to be coming from the west to the east. So if you look at the west, it's a little bit southwest. I would say look that way. And if you see a little tiny dot flying from west to east, that may be this booster coming back through. Bob Brink, thanks for the super chat. Man, you're such a great supporter. I love it. I love it. Thank you so much, everybody, for the super chats. Again, Danielle, thank you so much for that. For the second super chat. I'm still trying to keep up with chat here. It's almost impossible without super chats to get all your questions out there. Honic Fox Gaming, I want to thank you for your coverage and calm attitude about this. All news I've seen has been very not reassuring about safety. So thank you. Thank you. That's what I'm here for. You know, we're here to tell you the truth, and we're here to make sure that everyone knows what's going on, but also to make to let you know that you're probably going to be safe. And there's so many news outlets out there that are negative. We want to be a positive, supportive channel that helps people realize the truth about this and helps people realize that science is behind this and that this rocket will disintegrate once it goes past the Kármán line. Once it hits the atmosphere, most of it will disintegrate, but it's very irresponsible to have a rocket like this. I have to agree with Angry Astronaut about that. Wow, we almost made 73,500. We're almost there. We're only a few away from 73,500 subscribers. Who's going to be part of that subscriber train? Let's get it going. Choo choo. Let's jump on that train. That'll be fun. We're almost at 15,000 likes too. I'd like to keep you guys informed about what's going on too. Angry says 8 metric tons may survive. Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot that may survive. A lot that, you know, will be plummeting into the Pacific Ocean. And some of it, most of the booster should, in theory, burn up. It's designed to burn up. Trying to catch up with chat here. Jean-Jacques says, does this event make you excited or disappointed? I'm never excited about haphazard rockets. I'm very disappointed that this actually happens. It's a disappointing day for all of spaceflight because you just got to think of how irresponsible this is. It's a very irresponsible thing for them to do. It's about the size, so it's going to be like Jude said up here in the chat. It's going to be about the size of like an airliner, like a jet, like a jumbo jet. So yeah, it could be a lot of stuff coming down into the Pacific Ocean. No reason to freak out, but there's a lot of unanswered questions. Exactly, Angry. Exactly. And I'm sure, Angry, you probably have a video about this, or you're making one, aren't you? I'm sure you're going to have something to say about this. I can't wait to see it. I haven't been checking YouTube lately, so I'm not sure if you posted one yet. This chat is going wild. Wild, I say. I can't even keep up with it. Super chats are literally the only way I can keep up with questions. Hits the atmosphere 30 minutes later than we expect. It's over land. Yeah, exactly. Angry. It's crazy. Already did. Okay, so Angry already has a video about this. So check out Angry's channel if you want a detailed description and a detailed video about what's going on today. Great stuff over there at his channel. So this rocket, since there's new people coming in and out of this channel all the time right now, a lot of new chatters, a lot of new people showing up. I urge you to subscribe to the channel because we bring you space flight like nobody else. And we are ramping up our operations to move to Texas for Starship launches and continuous SpaceX coverage. Gonna take the plunge. We're gonna do it. So if you sub, it'll help out a ton. Will the debris that separates from the main bulk all come down in the same general area, or will it spread out? Eggy, great question. We're not exactly sure, but it should be in the same general area as far as I know. It will spread out some though. So that didn't really answer your question 100%, but we're not 100% sure what's going to be going on, what the velocity of this rocket's going to be when it enters, and what the atmosphere is going to be like when it does enter. So it could be a thick atmosphere when it gets lower. And if that's the case, big fireball, one big boom, and then it burns up as much as it burns up, doesn't spread much. Or it could be a lighter atmosphere where it doesn't rip it apart as fast. So it rips apart parts at a time that are weaker, and then it continues traveling, and then, yeah, it could spread out. So we're going to have to wait and see. Angry says about Long March and RPC space station. Oh, okay. I gotcha. Bob's still up there as the top with $20 super chat. Thanks, Bob. I appreciate that. This thing is taking its time. I know that's it is. It's definitely taking its time. We were here since yesterday. We have over I think we're going to be over 24 hours of coverage in about an hour and a half maybe. No, in about 20 minutes. We'll have been here for 24 hours. 24-hour coverage so far of this Long March 5B rocket. We're going to hit 24 hours in 23 minutes. So I want to say thank you, everybody, for tuning in today. And this is a world event. We're going to help you get through it. There's mostly no danger to most people out there. This thing will be crashing into the Pacific Ocean, and more than likely not going to hit anybody, not going to hit anything. There's little islands out there, but the chance of hitting that with a piece of space junk, not a lot. So just know that you're probably safe from this rocket. S&P, I hear you're moving to South Padre. That is the plan, Angry. If you ever want to visit when we get our base station out there, just hit me up. You can stay on my couch. We'll go out film. We'll film some starships together. Need a place to crash. Texas bound. Yeah, Bob. That's the plan. It's the plan. If it passes over, can I see it with my naked eye before reentry? You should be able to see it. So it's just like any other satellite in the night sky. It'll be a little tiny dot. Little tiny dot. It'll look like a star, but it's traveling west to east. So make sure to look into the west and look for a tiny star that's moving from west to east. It'll be going pretty fast too. So you might see this or some other satellites out there. But it's also a amazing thing to do on your own any night, even without this rocket. Go outside at night, find a really dark place and just look up. It'll change your life. If you've never done that before, it will absolutely change your life. You're going to Cornwall. Nice. Rebecca says, I used to live in South Padre. Nice. Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait, to be honest with you. I think it's going to be amazing. Anger is right. No one is 100% safe. You're more than likely safe, though. 99%, 99.99% treated like a tornado. Stay alert. Yeah, there's a very tiny percentage that anything can happen to you from this rocket. It's going to be deorbiting over the Pacific Ocean. And the Pacific Ocean is humongous. Humongous. 63.8 million miles squared. It's like 64 million miles squared. 64 million miles. Think of that for a second. How big is that? If you drive in your car 60 miles at 60 minutes or 60 miles at 60 miles per hour, it's going to take you 60 minutes to get there. So 63 million miles. If you were driving 60 miles per hour, it would take you 63.8 million hours to get across. Is that right? That's not right. That's not good math. That's not right. Not good math. It's going to take you a long time. But it's also 14,000 feet deep. So when this rocket crashes into the Pacific Ocean, nothing's going to happen. The water's just going to eat it up. It'll sink eventually. It might float for a little while, but eventually it'll sink to the bottom of the ocean. It might get recovered. We're not sure what the recovery efforts are going to be, if any. So more than likely, it's going to be a little splish splash in the Pacific Ocean, my friends. Nothing much is going to be going on with this rocket after it hits the ocean. No tsunamis, nothing like that. It's going to be all safe and sound as long as you're not around the rocket. And why would you be in the middle of the Pacific Ocean? There's going to be a warning as well to all mariners and planes if they were in that area. But more than likely, no one's going to be out in that area. So it's literally in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. So don't worry. You're going to be as safe as can be. And we're hoping for the best. We will continue to bring you coverage of the Long March 5B rocket, continuous tracking of the rocket. So stay tuned, see where it is on the map, see when to look up and see if you can see it. At about, I don't know, 9 o'clock, maybe 8:30 or 9 tonight, I'm going to go up and look out west, see if I can see the rocket. I'm going to keep the tracker on. I'm going to go outside. I'll let you guys know when I go out. And I'll let you know what I see. It's coming, the rocket's coming from west to east. If you'd like me to answer your question, make sure to super chat. That's the only way I'll be able to answer your question. It's the only way I'll be able to see your question because the chat is going by so fast right now. It is ridiculous. Still have a little bit of time before Long March 5B rocket re-enters orbit. We have about 4 hours-ish before the countdown, and it can sway anywhere between plus or minus 1 hour. We're going to keep you up to date with all the latest NORAD tracking. Right now, it's about 2:04 UTC as the planned time, with a window of plus or minus 60 minutes for the Long March 5B to re-enter. Bob, I just read your chat. Yeah, how does that even happen? That seems ridiculous. That should not happen. The ocean's gigantic. So there are little so there are little islands in the Pacific Ocean, of the little Pacific Ocean islands. And you know, places like Hawaii, Honolulu, the Marshall Islands, the Federated States of Micronesia, Tonga, the Isle of Tonga, Wake Island. Those places exist out in the Pacific Ocean. So, you know, the French Polynesia as well. They do exist. So there's a possibility that something can happen over there. If you're out on one of those islands, look up tonight. Will I be able to see it from Toronto, Canada? Depends on how close it gets to the coast of the US and Canada. Toronto's pretty far east, like I am. I'm pretty much like, if you go like basically south of Toronto towards the PA border, the Pennsylvania border, that's where I'm at. You'll be able to see it with your naked eye as it passes over. That's it. You won't be able to see it as it disintegrates in the atmosphere. Looking up any latest information I can get from the Chinese news agencies about this rocket, but there's nothing new since yesterday. The Chinese news agency said um, this type of rocket has unique design to make sure that most of its parts will be burnt up during the reentry process, and it's highly unlikely that the debris will cause any harm to aircraft activity or ground-based assets and personnel. So this is also an uncontrolled reentry. So they don't know exactly where this is going to be landing. If you're off, plus or minus X amount of time when it reenters, it's very dangerous. But we have an idea that it's going to be landing in the Pacific Ocean, and we should not be in peril at all. We should all be good. Um, Hyper crazy Himalayan, thank you so much. Can I see it from India? I would say, let me take a look where you're at here. I have to look at the world map real quick. I know where India is. I just have to make sure that I could um, give you the right directions. It should be passing, I mean, near India. So I would look to the west and a little bit, probably a little bit north, like a tiny bit north. So I would say if you're looking at a clock, I would say at about 10 o'clock. So northwest 10 o'clock, somewhere around there. Look around there. You might be able to see it. It'll be a little dot in the sky, zooming really fast from west to east. Make sure you're in a dark place though. So that is that's the best way for you to see it. Thanks again to our newest Patreon patrons. We have Steve Allen, Max Capacity, Lillian, Carlos, and Marianne. Thank you so much for being the latest Patreon patrons. We are at 15,000 likes on this video. I think this is the most liked video of our channel. Thank you. Appreciate that. We're trying to hit the 80,000 subscriber goal today. We're at 73,600. We need a couple more to get to 74,000. So if you want to be part of that sub train, jump on board, hit the sub button, and help out the channel, because we're going to bring you continuous coverage of Starship and of this booster. It's helping out our coverage so much by you giving us a sub. Really can't say 100% for certain where is safe. 18,000 miles per hour, 15 minutes can make a huge difference. Exactly. Exactly. That's the other thing too. There's some uncertainty here. I want you all to know that nothing's 100%. Nothing statistically is ever 100%. So especially for this, if it's off just a little bit, the whole trajectory of this could change. So, you have to be careful out there. Did we reach the 74,000 mark? Let's see. Let me refresh real quick. We're really close. We just need a few more subs to get to 74,000. That's going to be amazing. Be part of this history making event tonight with this Chinese Long March 5B rocket Deorbit. You're part of this history. We're all part of this history. So I want to say thank you for choosing the Space News Pod as your source for this. And we're going to tell you the straight facts. We're not going to, try to Hollywood it up for you. We're not going to try to sell you clickbait or anything like that. It's just, this is how it is. We'll tell you exactly how it is. So I know there's a lot of new people here on the channel. So let me introduce myself. My name is Humpty, pronounced with an umpty. I'm just joking. My name is Will. I am the host of the Space News Pod, and we bring you live coverage of events like this, the Long March 5B rocket deorbit. Also, we bring you SpaceX, Elon Musk, Starship news constantly, every day. So if you're into spaceflight, if you're into human spaceflight especially, make sure to sub to the channel. We'll bring you the facts. We'll bring you the facts in an easy to digest way. It doesn't have to be super nerdy to be super interesting. So that's what the channel's about. And we're going to be pushing forward with our latest mission, which is to move our base of operations to SpaceX headquarters in that area in Boca Chica, Texas. By the way, your super chats, your subs, your likes all help us get there. No matter, if you don't think a like can help, it helps a ton. It helps a ton. So thank you so much for that. By the way, what I was going to say is we are literally in about 5 seconds, we'll be 1 minute away from being live for 24 hours straight. 24-hour coverage of the Chinese Long March 5B rocket. So give us 1 minute to get to the 24-hour mark. And when we get to the 24-hour mark, it's going to be amazing. Can't say 100% about anything, but 99.99% people will be safe from this rocket. Rebecca White, exciting. See, it's great to share this information with everybody, and it's great to share it with people that are interested in it. What went wrong with the launch, and what led to the reentry? Sean, the rocket wasn't equipped with a reentry system. Basically, they didn't have fuel. They didn't have a reentry system. So we have 2 seconds left before 24 hours. We just hit 1 day live, 24-hour straight coverage of the Long March 5B real-time tracker over here, Space News Pod. Thank you for the support, everybody. Woo! So they didn't have a system in place for a controlled reentry. Usually these rockets have a system in place that will give them a little boost back to where they need to go, to someplace that's safe, usually in the middle of the ocean, right? They'll give them as they're turning around, they'll turn the rocket around a little bit, shoot the thrusters a little bit. The thing will fly back to where it needs to go, and then it'll point it towards the center of the ocean somewhere where there's no islands, where there's no people, where there's no boats, where there's no planes. They'll deorbit responsibly, and this rocket is not deorbiting responsibly. It's tumbling out of control. It has been tumbling out of control, and we're lucky that it should land in the middle of the Pacific Ocean somewhere. The Pacific Ocean is huge, so the fact that it's going to be out there is, we're just fortunate that it's positioned to go out there. Sunny Pro Bono, amazing name. Thank you for the $5 super chat. So the rocket will not cause a tsunami. I know that's been spread around all over social media. The rocket will not cause a tsunami. It's not big enough to. It doesn't have enough power to do that. It's going pretty fast, but it doesn't have enough mass to cause a tsunami. The ocean is gigantic compared to the rocket. I think grab a grain of sand and drop that on top of your foot. Grab a grain of sand, drop it in the middle of your palm of your hand. Barely feel it, right? On the top of your hand. Barely feel it. It's like the ocean. It won't feel this rocket. Maybe some waves, a little bit higher than normal. That's about it though. If the whole thing comes down, it's like a plane coming down. About that same size. Jeremiah, thank you so much for that $1.99 super chat. I appreciate you. Appreciate your support of the show and the support of the continuous coverage of the Long March 5B rocket. Over 24 hours straight. Thanks to our latest Patreon patron, Steve Allen. If you want to help out the show, make sure to check this link out that I just posted. Should be coming up in chat right now. Nightbot, check out that Nightbot link. You can help us continuously cover all things space flight for the channel. Once the booster gets down into the atmosphere enough that it's in final orbit, how much sides could it potentially go off the projected course? Well, the funny thing is, the atmosphere at any point can move it around a little bit. right? So it does have a projected course. We're not exactly sure until it gets to its final orbit, but solar winds aren't really going to cause any movement to it at that point. It will be just the atmosphere interacting with the rocket mainly. So if the atmosphere is pushing it left or right, it's not going to push it that much, and it won't push it. The winds, they have to be super high in order for it to move it too much. But if it has its trajectory, it'll stay pretty much on that trajectory unless it gets pushed heavily by something. But more than likely, it's not going to be pushed. But I have to take me 1 second. Let me get the latest information from NORAD. Make sure that we are at the right time. We are still at 2:04 UTC. As far as I know, plus or minus 60 minutes. Will I be able to see it from Texas as it re-enters the atmosphere? It depends on how close it is, to be honest with you. Freedom flights, if it does end up near the west coast of the US and you're looking out over the ocean, maybe, but probably not. As it re-enters, it'll be pretty far away at that point, thousands of miles. So I know how big Texas is. I'm trying to move out there. I know how big it is. I know if you want to go from the top to the bottom, it's like 20 hours. Or from side to side, it's so far. So you probably won't be able to see it as it re-enters. You will be able to see it though with your naked eye as it passes overhead. As it orbits, you should be able to see it. So right now, it's at 203 kilometers. And once it hits 100 kilometers, the height, the altitude at 100 kilometers, that's when it starts passing through the Kármán line, which is the line between space and Earth, between the atmosphere and space. Matt, thank you so much for the super chat. Matt, super chat. And that's when it starts getting interesting. Once it's down to about 150K, 130K, probably about 120K, then we'll have to really keep an eye on this thing. Because that's when everything's going to kick up. Everything's going to, we're going to have a lot more information really quick once it's at about 120,000 kilometers or 120 kilometers. Our countdown is adjusted to the NORAD countdown. So our countdown is as close as you can get to the right thing, but it's plus or minus 60 minutes. So we have a good estimate right here. Thank you, Jamie, for the 2,500. Greetings from Chile, Patagonia, south of Chile. Thank you so much for that. Thank you, Jamie. We're at 203, about 204 kilometers above the Earth. Right now. Once it gets to 100 kilometers, like I was saying before, this commonly represents the border between Earth's atmosphere and outer space. So once you get up above 62 miles, you're in space. A little side note, Jeff Bezos' company, Blue Origin, they have a rocket called New Shepard, and they're going to be sending people in New Shepard past the Kármán line on sort of a joyride. You're going to become an astronaut if you pass the Kármán line. Pretty interesting, pretty cool. For 24-hour coverage, the Long March 5B rocket continues. The tracker will continue. And once the rocket gets below the 100K line, you can see it on the left side of your screen at the bottom there. It's about 201.7K right now. Once it decreases to 100K, that's when it starts entering the Earth's atmosphere. So stay tuned. We'll let you know what's going on. We reached the 74,000 subscriber mark. Amazing. Thank you so much for all the support, everybody. $74,000 subscribers. It's a subscriber train over here. Get on board, everybody. Let's go to 100K. Who said that? I believe you, Mohammed. Yes, let's get to 100,000 subscribers tonight. Let's do it. Let's be part of history here. What's up, Tassie? How you doing? So we're bringing you all the information that you need to be aware of what's going on with the deorbiting Chinese rocket, the Long March 5B rocket. This rocket took the first part of the Chinese space station module, the Harmony of the Heavens, to space. It did a great job. Thanks, Bob. Appreciate that. It did a great job. It's up there now. The Chinese space station has been put into orbit because of this rocket. The rocket didn't have a guidance system to bring it back in a planned manner. And that's why it's hurtling out of control towards the Earth. Now, at about 3.5 to 4 hours from now, the rocket will enter the Earth's atmosphere. And when it enters the Earth's atmosphere, it will start getting ripped apart by the molecules of the air in Earth's atmosphere. And parts will be destroyed, parts will burn up. But also there are some parts that probably won't get burned up. Parts of the engine, like the rocket nozzles, won't get burned up because those are meant to withstand a lot of heat. So those things probably going to make it back down to Earth. But the good thing is, the very good thing is, they plan on a trajectory that lands this in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. And we will be tracking that for you to tell you exactly where we think it's going to be landing when we get more information about that. So it'll be landing somewhere between Australia and South America. Joe Hopkins says, how will you know exactly when it's come down? Well, the atmosphere is at 100K. The altitude is 100K. We just broke past 100 or 200K at this point. The atmosphere starts at 100K, and shortly thereafter, it'll start burning up. So keep an eye on the altitude tracker on the bottom left. And once it gets to about 120K, that's when we should really be focusing on where this is going to be landing, how far away it is, watch it go down. And there probably won't be a live feed of the rocket as it lands in the ocean. It's just too hard to get a camera out there. Too dangerous, too. I mean, you never know where this thing's going to land. So it'd be super dangerous to be out in the ocean when this thing lands. Though the ocean is huge and the rocket is small in comparison, I mean, stranger things have happened and you can't be 100% safe out there. And you notice the altitude goes up and down. And the reason why it goes up and down is because this is in a elliptical orbit. Senu, thank you so much. Is Portugal safe? Can I go to sleep? You'll be okay. You'll be okay. You'll be safe. 99.99% sure you'll be safe. Wouldn't worry about it. So it's in an elliptical orbit, right? It's sort of like an egg. It's like an oval. That's the orbit. That's a better way. I was trying to think of a better way to say that, an easier way to say it. It's like an oval orbit around the Earth. So it's not in a circle around the Earth. It goes away from the Earth, comes back, goes away, comes back. So we're expecting this to deorbit in the Pacific Ocean at some point. Brandon Burdick, thank you so much. Is New York safe? I'd say New York is pretty safe at this point. I'm looking up the latest information we can find. I'm looking up the Chinese news sources right now, see if anything else is happening over there, if there's any more information. I'm not seeing anything that they haven't said before. So as of right now, most people are safe. Sean, can you tell us a little bit about your background? And do you think China will launch another rocket with this fault error again? Yes, I do believe China will do that again. So my background, I'm a space enthusiast. I grew up in a family, engineers. My grandfather was an engineer. He worked on parts of the early space program. My dad was a machinist. He worked on parts for the space shuttle and other NASA projects. Myself, I've been a space enthusiast since I was a young kid. Um, I'm an engineer myself, not a mechanical engineer or anything like that. I'm a web engineer, so I'm a coder. So I have a very technical background in that respect. I have been in media since I was in high school. Basically, I was part of the AV club in high school. I don't know if you guys still have that. Any high schoolers out there, if you have an AV club, which is the audio video club, but we basically filmed everything and, uh, you know, um, just recorded everything about, in the school, took photos, etc. But it was pretty cool. It's pretty fun. And I enjoy being creative. So that's what this channel is all about. Hooligan 7-4, Dr. Disrespect reference. I like that. I like that. I'm a gamer, so yeah, I get that. I get that stuff. Like, we're almost at 75,000 subs. 74,500-ish right now. So if we could get 500 more subs, that should be pretty easy with 13,000 people in chat to get 500 subs. To get up to 75,000 subscribers. That would be amazing. That would absolutely make my day. Had 11 new members joined today. Thank you so much to all the new members of the channel. I got to give you guys a shout out because anybody who's helping me, I'm going to help you back and help you out. Jude, Rebecca White, EO2 Dave, Autumn Lily, It's Hip, Danik Morissette, Ahmed Putin, Ramson, Preeti, Ken, Jeremy, Maria, Nice Guy, Nova Khan, Dennis. Thank you so much for becoming members of the show, becoming part of the Space News Pod family. I'll give you guys your Discord invites. I have to do them manually, so I'll send those out. Also, new Patreon patrons, Steve Allen, Max Capacity, Lily, Carlos, Marianne, Mars Gaming. Thank you so much for that. Just got to thank the people that are helping us out along the way. We passed 16,500 likes. Easy win. The thing is, everything that you're doing to help out the channel, the likes, subs, everything, it helps us continue with this kind of coverage where we can continuously give you space flight coverage every single day of the week. How's New Zealand looking? Well, looking all right. Looking all right now. Australia, can't be 100% sure, of course, but it is in the zone. It's in the drop zone. So I would be you might get missed by a little bit to the north. So you should be able to see it. 81 Chains, thanks for the new membership. Thank you so much for joining, becoming a part of the Galaxy Gang here at the Space News Pod. I have to take a quick break myself. So I'm going to put chat back into members only for the time being. It'll come back, though. It'll come back, so don't worry. Everything's going to be okay. Be back to normal chat in a little bit. Sydney is technically threatened, sends angry astronaut. Believe angry. He knows what he's talking about. Everything along the 41.5, was it 41.5 north and south line, technically is threatened in some way. There have been over 40 space launches this year, and almost all upper level have the reentry issue. And why you call Chinese rocket an error or a fault? There are, and I've said this before in this show, like there are errors with a lot of different rockets. Things fail all the time in rocketry. Like they say in the space industry, space is hard. So things do fail all the time. So you're not wrong. You're not wrong with that. And every country in the South Pacific from India to Peru. Yes. Yeah, it's all, as much as we can say that it is, you know, that there's a very slim chance, there's also a little bit of a chance, you know, that in that line 41.5 north to 41.5 south is in the danger zone. Jason Gamer 2103, thank you so much for that super chat. Appreciate you. So I'm going to switch this chat back into members only. So I got to take a quick break and we'll be back right after this. Paul Baker, thanks so much for that super chat. Angry's right there with the chat. Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines in the greatest danger. No one is likely to be hurt or killed. Still nothing to be ignored. Exactly. So stay alert. Keep looking up, like Neil deGrasse Tyson would say. John C., thank you so much for that super chat. William Hoback as well. Angry Astronaut. Ruby and Oliver's Doll Channel, thank you so much for that. Chat is now wide open for everybody else to say hi. Here comes the chat, Jude. Here comes the influx of chat. We may have some special guests tonight. Hello, everybody. If you're new to the channel, my name is Will, and I'm the host of the Space News Pod. This is a show about space science and tech, and we're talking about the Long March 5B rocket that's tumbling back into Earth's atmosphere tonight in around 3 hours. Don't worry, everyone's going to be relatively safe. Always keep looking up. But as of right now, it looks like the rocket will deorbit to the west of South America in the Pacific Ocean. That's what we hear right now, and we're going to keep you in the loop as much as possible with the latest dates and times for this deorbit. Plus or minus 2:11 UTC. Plus or minus 60 minutes. 2:11 UTC. So keep that in mind. If you're off the west coast of South America, you might be able to see it from Mexico. If you look southwest, look west from South America. It's in the northern part of South America. So Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Panama, Chile, Bolivia. Look to your west. Tonight you may be able to see it deorbit. Mexico, look to your south and southwest, southwest. Maybe able to see this thing deorbit. Everybody who's here right now, thank you so much for joining up and hanging out on the Space News Pod. Like I said before, my name is Will, and I'm the host of the show. If you like space, science, tech, human spaceflight, make sure to hit this subscribe button. We're going for 75,000 subscribers right now, and we're a few hundred away from that mark. So we just need a few people in this chat right now to hit that subscribe button. And if you're really into space, really into human spaceflight, become a member of the show. Hit the join button, because that'll help us bring you more coverage every single day from SpaceX, NASA, anything to do with human spaceflight, Elon Musk, etc. And we are past the point of 17,000 likes. 30 more likes and we get 17,500. Are you going to be one of those likes? Are you going to be part of history tonight and watch this as it re-enters the Earth's atmosphere? Now, this rocket is going to be re-entering Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 100 kilometers, which is the Kármán line. And the Kármán line signifies the end of Earth's atmosphere. That's when you get past Earth's atmosphere and you get into space. Once it gets down to 100 kilometers, check out the bottom left and you will see the altitude marker. So basically, where the rocket is right now, this is where the rocket will potentially deorbit tonight. Somewhere around this area. So if you're in South America, make sure to look to your west because you're going to get a great light show. If you have a question, use Super Chat to ask me that question because I can't see it otherwise. The chat's going way too fast. Way, way, way too fast. I have to give a shout out to our new Patreon patrons Steve Allen, Max Capacity, Lily, Carlos. Thank you so much for becoming Patreon patrons. Marianne as well. Thank you so much for the help. You're helping us bring you continuous coverage. And also new YouTube members Jude, Rebecca White, EO2 Dave, Autumn Lily, It's Hip, Danik, Morissette, Ahmed Putin, Preeti, Ramson, 881 Chains, Ken Sear. Thank you so much. Bob Brink, of course. Nice Guy, Novacon. Thank you for becoming members of the channel. You really do make this channel tick. So thank you so much. At this point, from the Aerospace Corporation, I've been tracking the Long March 5B rocket. Shows that the rocket will deorbit off the west of South America. In the Pacific Ocean. In the ocean, far out into the ocean. So there's really nothing to worry about as of right now. So you should be okay. Trying to get a special guest on here. They could give you more information about the rocket and its trajectory. Trying to line that up right now. So the altitude goes up because this is an elliptical orbit. It's like an egg. The orbit looks like an egg. It's not a circle. It doesn't make a circle around the Earth. It goes wide on either side of the Earth. So it'll go up when it goes further away, then when it comes closer, when it comes back, it'll get closer and the altitude will go down again. The latest from the Chinese government, they say most of the rocket will burn up on its way back in, and they are correct. These rockets are designed to burn up. There are some parts of the rocket, like some of the plumbing, that may not burn up as easy. Parts like rocket engines, rocket nozzles, things of that nature might not burn up as easily in the atmosphere. So the atmosphere is, it's, you think of it as air, right? So the air around us, it will burn up parts of this rocket because it's abrasive. This thing's coming in really fast, ridiculously fast. And when it does, well, the atmosphere, the air will break it apart. It'll rip it apart. The center of the current prediction window has the CZ-5B rocket body re-entering over the Pacific. From 1 hour ago, the prediction has shifted 24 minutes earlier than the previous prediction. And there will be drag from the air as the rocket starts entering Earth's atmosphere at the Kármán line. So it depends on what kind of atmosphere it hits when it does hit the Kármán line, where this rocket will end up. Right now, they're predicting the Pacific, and that could change. It could. So if you're here for science, you got the right place. When the rocket touches down in the ocean, if it touches down the ocean, then we will not be experiencing a tsunami. The tsunami, it's just too small of a rocket for as big of the ocean, as big as the water mass. So no tsunami. Give me one moment. I have to fix a technical issue. We should have a guest in here pretty soon, too. Really, really great guest. I think you'll enjoy it. Hey, everybody. Welcome back to the Space News Pod. If you're new here, my name is Will. I'm the host of the show. And I have with me right now the Angry Astronaut. If you check out his channel at youtube.com/the Angry Astronaut, you'll find in-depth analysis of space flight, space, all things, basically all things space. And it's an awesome channel, so go check it out. I pinned it at the top of chat. So if you want to check out that channel, go for it. Give him a sub. Awesome dude. And here he is. The Angry Astronaut is going to be joining us.
Thanks very much. I really appreciate the invitation.
Yeah, of course, man. I'm a big fan.
Thanks.
Uh,
So
so,
yeah, I mean, I go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say, I was just gonna say, um, we'll be talking about, of course, the Long March 5B rocket, and where it's going to be splashing down, if we can actually figure that out. you know, right now
Yeah,
we think it's in the Pacific, but possibly it could change, right? So,
yeah.
it could change. Numerous different factors could change that. So, that was about an hour ago that we had the news that it's going to be off the coast of South America to the west coast. So, but that could change. Um,
Yes, it could.
so what are the things that could change that? I know the atmosphere as it's coming on, coming in past the Kármán line, the atmosphere could change. It could be dense in some places, could be thin in other places. Um, how could that change? How could that change the trajectory?
Well, I mean, the reason we call this an uncontrolled entry is because there is absolutely no control over where this thing is going. Obviously, we can predict the orbit and the approximate rate of descent, but there are many factors that can contribute to, this thing's rate of descent, up to space weather, actually, things like, sunspots, radiation, it's, something as minor as photons impacting against the rocket, you would think that light impacting would make no difference whatsoever. But when you're traveling at 28,000 kilometers per hour, the slightest deviation can make a big difference. So if we're off, 15 minutes, that's 7,000 kilometers, one way or the other. 15 minutes, early, 7,000 kilometers one way, 15 minutes late at 7,000 kilometers the other. And of course, the size of this thing is also a major factor. It's 7 times the mass of the Falcon 9 booster that dropped a couple of fuel tanks in rural Washington, and no one was hurt, fortunately, but that was all by accident. There are components of this rocket that are actually designed to survive extreme heat. So, not all of it is going to burn up. As much as 40% of it could survive, which is approximately 8 metric tons, or four Ford F-150 pickups. That's not insubstantial. Now, I want to make one thing very clear. I'm not trying to be an alarmist here. Odds are no one is going to get hurt or killed by this thing. It's very unlikely. There's no tsunami that could be caused by it. The fragments are not large enough to create waves like that. It's not like an asteroid coming down or anything of that nature. However, we could be off by a small amount because it is uncontrolled. And so, its impact, therefore could be in, one way or the other. There could be a very large margin for error as the time approaches. And then, of course, the nature of the atmosphere, the weather in the upper atmosphere, wind currents, all sorts of things can have an impact on where this goes. And it's just the sheer speed, the 28,000 kilometers per hour, just the sheer speed contributes to the uncertainty, and that's why this was so irresponsible, so grossly irresponsible on the part of the Chinese Space Agency. This is no slam against the Chinese people. Yeah, no quarrel with them, but this was grossly irresponsible. They should have put a reaction control system or something along those lines on this booster so that it can come into the atmosphere at a time and place of their choosing. This is how the world has been doing this for decades. Nothing like this has happened for over 3 decades. So, this is just really irresponsible. And if they do it again with complete disregard for human safety, it's just another strike. against their space program, which frankly they don't need, given their track record.
So do you think it's, something, if something were to happen with this rocket, do you think it would be um, in the best interest to, sanction them for something like this? Is that even a possibility? I'm not sure about the legalities of that. I haven't looked into that too much.
If this kills anyone or severely injures somebody, then the or damages property, then the demand on the part of whatever country is impacted or countries, is there's going to be, a lot of pressure on the UN for some sort of response, because this was 100% avoidable. And there's been some theories actually that the Chinese did have a deorbiting system on the booster and it just failed. And they won't admit to that because they don't want to admit that anything went wrong with their mission. But regardless, yeah, I mean, if there's any damage caused by it, then yeah, I do believe that some sort of reaction from the UN, is appropriate. As to what that would be, that's a hard one. But one thing I would say is that, China is already excluded from the ISS, and I think their exclusion from other space endeavors, may become even more intense, if something serious happens as a result of this.
Yeah, and like we were saying before, we were chatting before the broadcast started here. It could, it could change at any moment. It's in the Pacific Ocean that we are seeing it possibly coming down now. And like you said before, it could change to from the west side of South America. It could just skip over that, depending on what's going on with the rocket, and it could just continue on. It could go over Brazil and land in the Atlantic. That's a
Yeah.
possibility. Or it could land early. I
Actually,
mean,
yeah, its current loop actually, its orbital path will take it over Brazil and then northeast, and then straight over the east coast of the United States if it keeps going that far. I mean, we would have to have made a pretty substantial error at that point, like 30 minutes or something along those lines, for there to, for the impact to have been that widespread. But still, to say that that's impossible, I mean, it's, a lot of the talk I've seen from astronomers out there is, there's about a 20% uncertainty level. That's actually pretty big, a 1 in 5 chance that we could be way off on this. It could come down someplace else. But once again, I don't want to be an alarmist. Even if it comes down right over where you live, the odds of you personally getting hurt by this thing are extremely remote. But still, it could hit somebody. I mean, even the smallest fragment at supersonic speeds is deadly. So, let's just hope nothing happens.
yeah, that's why we have this tracker up too, so you know where to look and to basically keep looking up and to keep on your toes because we were talking about a weather event earlier, like a hurricane watch or something like that. Um,
Right.
just be careful out there, and it's a possibility. It might be a 99.99% possibility that nothing's going to happen and it's going to burn up over the Pacific Ocean and a few things are going to plop into the water. But that other 0.01%, that's what you have to be aware of. You don't have to be worried about it, but you have to be aware of it. But
Right.
mostly everything is going to burn up in the atmosphere. So, like we said, we're not trying to be alarmist, but we're just trying to be realist and trying to have science and facts behind our broadcasting tonight. So, don't be alarmed. Just make sure that you keep an eye on the tracker and make sure that you keep an eye on the sky because you will be able to see this thing because it's basically a satellite at this point, a satellite of the Earth. It's orbiting the Earth, and you should be able to look up and see it at some point if it's over your region. Um,
Colossal satellite.
yeah, it's a
Like a
it's a
huge
big boy.
satellite.
This thing is huge. Most satellites are not this big. I mean, I don't think. I mean, the Hubble isn't even this big, is it? No, the Hubble's only the
I
size of
no.
like a bus. So it's
Yeah.
yeah, this thing is gigantic. This is a major piece of hardware in the sky. So it's going to be bright, and it's going to be orbiting over my area in about I don't know. Probably probably be able to see it. It's getting dark out, so I'll probably be able to see it in about an hour. So I'm gonna go outside and I'm gonna look up and I'm gonna come back inside and I'll let everybody know in chat what's going on if I can see it, because I'm gonna have to look west and see when it's coming over my region. It's gonna be really cool to see this in person.
Yeah, I'm
But yeah,
planning to see it as well.
it's a this is a world event that we're all witnessing. You know, this is a random, humongous rocket booster that's randomly floating and flopping back into Earth's atmosphere. This never happens. Like this is a really rare occasion. So this is a historic event that we can all be part of. So if you're looking at the tracker and it looks like it's over your head and it's dark outside, go outside and run outside real quick and look up, and then tell us if you see it, because that'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, for
Um,
those of you who have been to Houston, sorry, I didn't mean to cut in there.
it's all good.
To those of you who have been to Houston to the Johnson Space Center there, they've recently put a Falcon 9 booster, the lower booster, on display there. Go. I was just there recently and saw it. So if you think of 7 of those, and that's what this thing is. So yeah, it's not like it's tiny. It's a big object coming in. So yeah, I mean, not like an asteroid, obviously. It's not going to, it's not going to create, massive explosions or anything. It will break into many fragments, but still, even the smallest fragment at supersonic speeds, as I said before, is deadly. And so, that's why it's not to be underestimated. And that's why this is a historic event. I mean, we can talk about the randomness of it, but again, this was also quite intentional. The decision to put, the world at risk, this was quite intentional, and very irresponsible. And I am deeply disappointed with the People's Republic of China and their space program for making this decision, because they could have avoided it. There's lots of things they could have done to avoid this.
Yeah, I mean, like you said before, we've had decades of reentry systems. I mean, it's they if they have the knowledge and the ability to engineer a rocket that can send a piece of their new space station to orbit, they obviously have the engineering capability to put a couple thrusters on this thing to shoot it back down to Earth to a safe place in the middle of the ocean where nobody lives. Very easy to do in that regard, compared to sending a piece of a space station to space. I mean, come on. That doesn't make any sense why they wouldn't do that. And like you said before, it's possible that they did have something like that, but it failed. And they just didn't want to say anything about it. They don't like
Right. They don't
to
want to
they don't
admit
like
to
to admit their
failure. Yeah.
failures, right? It's it's not a it's not a topical thing for them. They just want to just move on with it and to see what happens. Whatever, no big deal. But it is a big
If it
deal.
happens with the launch of the next component, if it happens again, then we know that it was definitely intentional. But if they correct it and they're able to do a controlled reentry the second time around, then maybe it was a failed system, or maybe they made adjustments. Maybe they made, a correction. But once again, if they do that, then they're admitting either way that they made a mistake. And that's an admission that, given their track record, the People's Republic of China is unlikely to do. Um, they just don't admit failure much,
Yeah.
if at all. So yeah, it's I mean, it makes me angry to be honest. If I'm appropriately titled here, I am extremely mad about this situation. This is just unacceptable. So and if they just keep doing it, if they do it time, and it's a terrible way to start off the station. I mean, this is an amazing piece of equipment they're putting up into orbit. The first module of this thing is 22 metric tons. The Crew Dragon, by way of comparison, is just over half that. So this is a very big module that they put up, and their intention is to have this thing fully manned and completed by 2023. This is an extremely aggressive plan that they have here. And so, props to them for that. This should be a glorious triumph for them, but instead, it's tainted by this fear that the world is experiencing right now, not entirely unjustified fear. I mean, it's not like there's absolutely no danger here. There is some danger. And so as a result, why, come on, China, why did you do this? Why create this drama? So like I say, you've seen my channel, you know how I get about these topics.
Yeah,
So
it's
yeah,
amazing. The other thing is the what a great achievement that space station is. Like you were saying, it's a great achievement, but everybody's talking about this rocket deorbiting. They're not talking about the amazing achievement of sending people off the Earth's surface in a gigantic rocket, eventually to this space station. They're just thinking about this rocket that has no control plummeting towards Earth. Nobody,
yeah,
a lot of people didn't even know that it sent us part of the space station up. People just thought it's just
right.
some random rocket that's falling back to Earth. Didn't hear, like, they've never heard of the space station, didn't know that China was making a space station. And now that they heard about this rocket, now that they're here, now they know. So all 13,000 people right now, China has a space station. Now
Hello,
you know.
everybody.
Yeah, now
Yeah, I
you
didn't even
know.
know there were that many people on. Yeah,
Yeah.
wow. But yeah, it is and actually by July they will have taikonauts on board the station. But just for folks who are new to the world of space flight, taikonauts are what the Chinese call astronauts. But in any event, they're going to have people on the station by July. This plan is extremely aggressive, and ordinarily, I would be super excited about this and, very congratulatory. But instead, we're left in this situation to where, we are unnecessarily putting the population of the world at risk. And even if one person gets hurt or killed as a result of this, one life is impacted by this, the cost is too great. And that is just unacceptable. And given where they launched, just for those of you who are new to information about the Chinese space program, they launch their rockets from deep inside the country, from way west. And so as a result, their rockets, if they fail, they're not over an ocean, and debris has come down on houses and residences in their own country before as a result of where they put it. And the reason they put it so deep is because of intense secrecy, not because, there's any geographic necessity for that. Even the Russians where they launch from, in Kazakhstan, the whole area is uninhabited. Aside from the space city, from people who work in the industry, but other than that, that region is virtually uninhabited. So the Russians don't, the or Roscosmos does not put people at risk the way that the Chinese space program does, and that is truly unfortunate. And as you've said a lot of times during your broadcast today, irresponsible.
Yeah, and it's, some place like NASA. Like I was down at Kennedy Space Center a couple weeks ago for the Crew 2 mission, and the rocket launches away from everything into the ocean. It's not going over Orlando or over Florida and over the Gulf Coast. It's going away from everybody. And they did that on purpose. They did that on purpose because you can't risk people's lives when you're sending rockets. Jonah Saul had a super chat and asked, "Do you think the rocket will crash anywhere in the Midwest of the US?" Um,
No, I do not.
yeah, I don't think
I
so either.
personally do not. Its current orbital trajectory does not put it in the Midwest. It puts it on the East Coast, from Florida up to the upstate of New York. That's where if it gets that far, which is unlikely, it's unlikely to hit the U.S. at all. But if it does get that far, that's the region of the country that's at the most risk is the East Coast, which is where I live, by the way.
Same here.
Yeah,
I'm in the
yeah.
Northeast, so yeah, good luck me, right? Um,
Southeast for me. So yeah, we're both kind
yeah.
of in this. We're both in the same boat tonight. Both
Yeah.
keeping a close eye on this thing. And thank you for doing this, by the way.
Yeah, we're gonna keep looking up, everybody. We're gonna keep looking up into the sky, and like I was saying before, in about an hour from now, I mean, it's 9 o'clock almost here. Um, you know, the sun has gone down, it's dark here, and within about an hour, I should be able to walk outside and see this thing. And that's going to be pretty crazy because I'm a satellite spotter. I'm one of those people that'll sit out for hours and just look at the sky late at night, and I'll just watch a satellite zoom by in the middle of the night. And if you've never seen a satellite, everybody that's in chat right now, if you've never seen a satellite, do yourself a favor. This is going to change your life. This is literally going to change your life. Spend some time outside. Spend about maybe 20 minutes outside in a dark sky site where there's no lights. Go up, drive away from the city, and just look up. Don't bring any, just don't talk about anything. Don't bring your phone with you. Just look up. And eventually you'll see a little pinpoint, a little star that seems to be moving across the sky a little bit faster than everything else. And those are usually satellites. That's what this thing will look
Hour,
like.
an hour, sorry,
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
about an hour after sunset or before sunrise are the ideal times because that's when the angle of sunlight reflects off of the satellite solar panels the most brilliantly. So that's when you're going to get your best chance of spotting satellites, is about an hour or so when it's totally dark, as you said, but about an hour after sunset or an hour before sunrise. The sun's rays tend to strike the solar panels a lot more noticeably at that time period.
Yeah, that's a great piece of information because um, you can see them at any time, but like you said, that like they're bright. Like you'll see them definitely like an hour after sunset. They're really bright up there. That's what this thing will look like, but it'll be bigger than a normal satellite and it's going to be closer than a normal satellite. So it's going to look like kind of freaky up there. It's going to look way different than another satellite up there. It's going to be much bigger. Um, I don't know if I would compare it to something like the space station because the space station is pretty big, but it's pretty far out
Yeah.
there. I don't know what it's going to look like from the ground. I haven't seen it yet. So, um,
The
I'll tell
space
you,
station also has a massive solar array.
yeah,
Sorry,
that's
and of
true.
course you
That
know this. So that's going to reflect a lot of sunlight, whereas this won't as much.
Sean Joffrey says, does speed matter when entering the Kármán line? Can the rocket bounce off the atmosphere?
Any atmospheric impacts can make a difference, most definitely. That is the problem with uncontrolled reentries. There's so many things that are completely out of our control, hence the term uncontrolled. And so, yeah, any changes in the upper atmosphere, crosswinds, all sorts of things, just like it impacts, an aircraft or anything else. Even though, obviously aircraft have, wings, that sort of thing that, makes them, have a different sort of characteristic in the atmosphere. But still, you look at the Starship and how precisely they can control that. The SpaceX Starship with just little fins, little flaps, that sort of thing. And they can do some, really precise stuff with that. So, that being the case, yeah, atmospheric conditions can definitely have an impact on any large object descending through the atmosphere. Especially if it's not dense, like if this were a nickel iron asteroid, then yeah, that would just slice through the wind a lot easier than this would. So yeah, I mean, atmospheric conditions, space weather, all of these things can create uncertainty.
Yeah, it's so like you said, uncontrolled. That's the major thing. But you were saying something about a plane. They have wings, they have rudders, they have an engine. You can control that thing if it's, you know, going through clouds. You can duck under them, you can go above them, you can get around the atmosphere in that way. But this, you can't do anything with it. It's just hurtling towards the earth at this point. So uncontrolled, the atmosphere can affect it. Now, David says, will it hit New Zealand or near? And is it possible of hitting Texas, says Sis Stop Media. New Zealand or near or Texas? It's going to hit the East Coast, the northeast of US. That's the
Yeah, New,
trajectory
New
if it goes
Zealand is
further.
possible. Northern New Zealand. Well, actually, yeah. I mean, once again, really unlikely. New Zealand is, of course, a narrow chain of islands, but still, yeah, it's on the orbital trajectory. Texas, less likely, much less likely, because it's not on the orbital trajectory. The orbit changes, of course, over time, but it doesn't have much time left. It only has a few orbits left before it's going to hit the atmosphere. So it's not going to vary much on its orbital path. The big question is, when does it hit the atmosphere? And then then we'll know where on that path is going to be impacted. Uh, the current, like you said many times, the current the prevailing opinion is that most of it's going to crash in the Pacific Ocean off of South America, and wow, I hope that happens. That would be perfect because there's virtually nothing out there. Aside from Easter Island, I would say that's pretty much the only piece of land out in that particular region. That would be perfect. But just a slight change, and you're looking at Peru, you're looking at Venezuela, you're looking at Brazil, you're looking at a lot of things, and even a slight change further or in the other direction. If it enters early, then you're looking at Australia, New Zealand, or even India. So yeah, it's there's still a lot of uncertainty here until the thing finishes burning up. That's when we'll know, really, when it comes down to it.
Yeah, there's and the other thing is you can't do anything about it. We're not going to shoot missiles at it. We're not going to, it's too dangerous to do that. There's no reason to do
Yeah.
that. It's better to leave it uncontrolled and to have it, um, land where it's going to land, basically. So, yeah,
Yeah, the Pentagon already refused to shoot it down. We do have the capability to hit it. We have anti-sat weapons that could definitely hit it, but all that would happen then is create a massive cloud of space junk, some of which might stay up there for a while, and that would be a threat to everybody on the ISS. It would be a threat to everybody launching, through that space junk. So there's just no logical reason to hit it with an anti-sat weapon. It won't do any good.
yeah, and every other satellite that's basically in space, once the inertia from the initial blast from the anti-sat weapon would destroy it in numerous ways. Like it would just spread uncontrollably after that. So where does it go? Everywhere. So no place is
Yeah.
safe when you're in space at that point. All the satellites that cost millions or billions of dollars to develop could be affected. So, and that could be our GPS satellites, could be communication satellites, could be top secret satellites, anything could be affected at that point. So it's not worth that. It's um, better just let it do its thing and
Yeah.
hope for the best.
Roll the dice and hope. Yeah, I mean, odds are it's not going to hurt anybody. But the fact that we have to roll these dice at all tonight is not a good thing. It's like I say, it's truly unfortunate and was 100% avoidable.
100% avoidable. I totally agree with you. I think if they did have a reentry system in place and it failed, I think the to be so from my perspective, being a little bit humble sometimes is better than being a tough government. Be like, yeah, we messed up, we'll fix it. That's pretty easy to say, and everyone's like, okay, cool. It's like, hey, I messed up at one thing or another. You know, no big deal, man. Just it's all good. Just fix it. We're all cool. And that's all China really has to do with this is say, our deorbit system malfunctioned. We had an issue, and we're sorry. We didn't mean it to happen like this. And then everyone would be like, just don't do it again. And I think everyone would kind of watch the next one and hope that it doesn't happen again. And that's what we're going to be doing too. We're going to be hoping that it doesn't happen again when they continuously launch these rockets to their new space station because they're going to be adding modules and sending people up there. What is there? Three? I think it's three people can fit in the first module, right?
Correct. Ultimately, it can have a crew of six. It is a substantial station. It has three major components. The Tianhe, I think that's the correct pronunciation, is the one that went up this time. And then I am forgetting the name of the other two. The Tianhe is primarily the living quarters for the taikonauts. And then there are two laboratory sections. It's a big T-shaped space station. So two more equally large components are going to be going up. And the Long March 5B is only capable, it has to use, every bit of fuel in order to get it to that orbit, to the desired orbit, which is one of the reasons why we have this issue, is the fact that the second stage has to keep burning for a very long time outside the atmosphere in order to get it into the desired orbit. And so, then runs out of fuel and it's up in an unstable orbit and then comes back down. But as I said, there's a lot of ways to deal with that, and the Chinese certainly have the technology and the innovative skill to do it. Um, they just didn't. They just didn't. So and once again, this is not a slam against the Chinese people. They're hardworking, industrious, very huge accomplishments on the part. This is the government. This is where I have a problem.
Yep. Yeah, we got a super chat from Adam Ayalo says, although the chances are even smaller than a land strike, what would happen if this actually hit a satellite itself? Is it possible? So could this thing ram into a satellite before it deorbits?
No.
It's too low, right?
Unless it's a dead, yeah, unless it's a dead satellite, no. In which case it's a satellite that's about to re-enter itself. There are no satellites orbiting this low. It possibly could have, before, when it was further up, but not at this point. There are no satellites orbiting at that altitude.
Yeah, and it would have, I mean, this thing is gigantic, so it would have just destroyed the satellite.
Yeah.
There would have been nothing left. Um, ever seen the movie Gravity? Could it hit a satellite? Oh, okay. Well, we just answered that. Thanks again for that other super chat. So that was two of them. So basically, would destroy satellites if it ran into
Yeah.
it.
And if we're talking about the movie Gravity, then yeah, that would be the theoretical consequence of shooting it down if the Pentagon hit it with an anti-sat weapon, as the explosion could send fragments into a higher orbit and space junk into higher orbits, et cetera. The kinetic energy could send it back up. And so, yeah, what we're talking about and what we saw in the movie Gravity, that sort of thing could happen if we decided to shoot it. So that's why we're not doing that. It would create a much greater threat than what currently exists.
Yeah, it's a dangerous place up there. Um, Now I'm gonna plug your channel real quick because I want to make sure that everybody hears this while we're on here. This is we're talking to the not the everyday the wrong guy. The angry astronaut.
He's a good guy, though.
He's a good guy though. Yeah, he's a different guy, but he's a good guy. The angry astronaut here. Go to youtube.com/the angry astronaut and subscribe to the channel because he's got amazing content about everything space flight. And I think it's really enjoyable, really entertaining. And you get into the nitty gritty and the nuts and bolts of this kind of stuff. And it's you don't hold back basically.
Thanks.
So
I appreciate that.
yeah, no problem, man. We got another super chat. Who is this? China announced this week that it will launch another rocket on May 20th. Well, there you go.
And what's probably going up with that one would be their resupply ship. The first ship to visit the space station is a resupply ship to deliver the necessary goods and supplies for the taikonauts on the Tianhe. And then the next one to go up is going to be the taikonauts themselves, and that's going to be going up in July. That is the current plan.
So it'll be a cargo ship on top of a Long March. Is that correct? Something like that?
Yeah,
Okay.
a Long March 7
Okay.
is what will be carrying that up, and that can it actually it's a big cargo ship. It can carry up to 6,500 kilograms worth of goods, which is more than Crew Dragon. It's more than the Sierra Nevada Dream Chaser. It's more than anything actually that's out there. It can carry a lot of cargo. However, it is a disposable system, a little bit more old-fashioned. Obviously more expensive, that sort of thing. But the Chinese are sparing no expense in the creation of this station. And normally, like I say, I would applaud that. But, as tonight, I cannot.
Yeah, the uncontrolled deorbit of this rocket is very dangerous and very, um, they didn't think of other people when they planned this. If they did plan it, we're not. So that's the other thing. We're not 100% sure if they planned an uncontrolled deorbit, or if they, just if one of their systems messed up. So yeah, and we'll probably never know. To be honest with you, they'll probably never announce it. So yeah,
Unless
we'll
there's a
keep you
change in
informed.
government.
Right. That's probably not going to happen.
No, I would say probably not.
Mr.
Well,
Wingnut, thanks for that super chat. Appreciate that, man.
I don't want to be dominating your, or rather, yeah, consuming your time here. And also, I've got dinner arriving for my son. Unless there was something else that you wanted to ask or anything. And once again, hate to be rude, but kind of need to drop off at this point. Unless there's something else that you want to ask or anything else I can do.
I know, man. I just appreciate you being here and giving us your time on the channel and helping everybody understand what's going on tonight for this Long March 5B rocket reorbit or deorbit, sorry, re-entry. So thanks for coming on, man. I do appreciate it and hope to see you again soon. Enjoy your dinner. This is The Angry Astronaut, youtube.com/The Angry Astronaut. Awesome channel. Check it out. Make sure to sub over there because man, so much good stuff on that channel. And it's it's good because it just picks things apart in a great way. So I love it. I love to watch it.
Stay angry about space, guys.
All right. See ya, man. Take care.
Have a good evening. Bye.
Thanks. All right, everybody. That was The Angry Astronaut. Make sure to check out his channel. At the top of chat, you'll see a pinned comment, youtube.com/The Angry Astronaut. He has to go grab dinner. Very thankful for him to stop by and hang out and say hello tonight and give you guys some information and, you know, give us some information as well. Very cool, man. So, like Edgar was saying, this was totally avoidable at this point. If they did this on purpose, if they didn't have a deorbit system, that's on them. And whatever happens tonight, when this rocket deorbits is uncontrolled falling rocket deorbits. Mr. Wingnut62 says, I am so thrilled to hear both of you collaborating. Me too, Wingnut. We've been planning on something with Angry for a long time, and we just haven't figured out the right time to do it. And tonight was like a great time to do it. So if everybody enjoyed Angry's presence here, make sure to go check out his channel. I'll keep it pinned there for a little bit so you can check it out at the top of chat. My name is Will. I am the Space News Pod host. I've been doing this channel for about 2 years. We cover human spaceflight, rockets, SpaceX, NASA, everything spaceflight. So if you're into that, if you think that's cool, make sure to like this video and also subscribe to the channel. We are at 70, let's see how many subscribers we have. 75,200. Let's get up to 76,000 tonight. Let's get up to 76,000. Let's make it happen. Every sub helps out the channel tremendously. We are moving our base of operations to Texas to cover SpaceX, Starship constantly. SpaceX Starship is SpaceX's newest and the world's biggest rocket. And they're building it basically in a dusty parking lot in Texas. It's a giant stainless steel rocket. And it'll be taking people to Mars. So if you want to see the behind the scenes stuff, make sure to subscribe to the show. Make sure to become a Patreon patron, or make sure to become a member of the show. And your super chats, your super stickers, all of your support helps us get to that point. Just being here helps out a ton as well. So thanks so much for tuning in tonight. We're going to be continuously covering the Chinese Long March 5B rocket throughout the night. The rocket is scheduled to deorbit off the west coast of South America. Peru, Chile, Ecuador, Colombia, Costa Rica should all be able to possibly see the deorbit of this gigantic rocket as it plummets into the ocean. And as of right now, we are expecting it to deorbit, and everyone should be safe. So I would definitely keep looking up, of course. But this will be entering at 7.8 kilometers per second. In just 1 minute difference in the time of reentry equals 470 kilometers difference in the final location of this rocket. If you like space stuff, have you seen Apollo 50? It's on Twitter. Live history of the whole Apollo program. I have not, Rob. That's pretty amazing. I'll have to check that out. That sounds awesome. Is it live data or is it projected based on a computer model? If live, how delay is the data? It's a little bit of both. It's live data that's being tracked by the by NORAD. So we should have as close to live as possible. Tonic Fox Gaming, thank you again for everything you have done with this. Hope you get out to Texas. Tonic Fox, we're going, man. No matter what, we're going, Tonic Fox. We're going to make it happen. Starship is the way to go. It is the future. So we will have to go to the future where we don't need any roads. We can just use rockets. Did we break the 76,000 subscriber mark? We're close. Just need about 100 more subscribers to get to 76,000. Let's get to 80,000, man. Let's get to 80,000. Tonight, Elon Musk is hosting SNL, by the way. Don't know if you know that. Should be interesting, though. Should be a little bit nerdy. Tonic Fox, thanks again for that super chat. Do appreciate everybody's support out there who's helping out with the channel tonight. If you're just here, if you're just hanging out and you're waiting to see about the information about the Chinese rocket, it's falling towards Earth. You're in the right place. We are space nerds here. And there's a lot of information out there, a lot of misinformation out there. So we're giving you as much real information as we can. And as of right now, it looks like the rocket will be landing, well, not landing, I should say, deorbiting off the west coast of South America. Peru, Chile, Santiago, Ecuador, Colombia, in that region. That's where we know right now, but it's possible that could change at any time. Hi there, love this stuff. Why the difference in reentry time on different live feeds? Lloyd, the difference is because it's an estimate, basically, at this point. Reentry time isn't 100%. Right now, there's plus or minus 60 minutes either way. So most of these are estimates. We're getting ours directly from NORAD. We're getting ours directly from the US Space Command. Thank you for that super chat. Do appreciate your support. And there's also a little bit of delay between, from our feed directly to you. So there could be a, 20 or 30-second delay. So that's something to think about too. And the altitude of this rocket goes up and down because it's not in a circular orbit around the Earth. It's in an elliptical orbit. So think of an egg. That's what an elliptical orbit looks like. On the outsides, it goes further away. It gets closer in the middle, like an oval, so to speak. And when it goes further away, the altitude goes up. And when it gets closer, the altitude goes down. We've been live for over 24 hours with this feed. Thank you for sticking in here with us. Thanks for stopping by. If you're new to the channel, we cover everything space related on this channel as far as human spaceflight goes. We're almost at 76,000 subscribers because of you. David Roy, awesome job. Thanks for keeping people smarter. Thank you for saying that. Let's stay smart, everybody. Stay smart about this. No tsunamis. This thing isn't going to hit the ocean and cause a tsunami. It's not going to happen. Still only losing 300 meters per orbit, just past closest approach at 151.1 a moment ago. Yes. Yep. And once it gets past 100, that's when this rocket is going to start its light show. Because it'll be entering the Kármán line, which is the line between space and the atmosphere. So I'm going to go outside and look. I'm going to go outside and look in about, I don't know, probably 10 minutes or so and tell you what I see. Because I should, in theory, be able to see this once it passes. I might not be able to see it because it's going to be very far south, near South America. It's going to be transferring between Peru, South America, Mexico area. It's going to be going right between there. So I might not be able to see it. Tassie Man 92. Chat's going bonkers. You are right. Thank you, chat, for hanging out. I do appreciate your support here tonight. We've been doing this for about one whole day. 24 hours. It's been a 24-hour stream, everybody. Continuing this coverage. Thank you so much for stopping by. Does the moon's location affect the depth of atmosphere like it does tides? I'm sure it does have an effect on that. That's a really good question. I don't know the answer to that. To be honest with you, I've never thought of that. But I'm sure it does. It has gravity, right? That's a really good question. But does the Earth's gravity keep the atmosphere in check? Well, I'll look into that for you. That's really cool. Everybody, right now, if we could get everybody in chat to hit the like button, we would break YouTube probably. Let's see if we can break YouTube. I don't think it would break YouTube. I think it would just be funny to watch the ticker go up. 24-hour coverage, 24 plus hour, 26-hour coverage of the Long March 5B rocket deorbiting uncontrollably towards the Pacific Ocean. There's a slight possibility it won't land in the Pacific Ocean. There's a slight possibility that will overshoot and land somewhere else, like South America or even further. Maybe east coast of the US. Ken says, yes, atmospheric tides are a thing. I never thought about that. That's a really cool idea, man. That's a really cool thought. I never studied that. I love astronomy. I love looking at planets. I literally never thought of that. That was such a good question. If you're new to the channel, we cover space flight, SpaceX, Elon Musk, etc., etc. Now, speaking of SpaceX, there's a lot of stuff going down in Texas with SpaceX and Starship. Starship is SpaceX's gigantic Mars rocket. It's gigantic. They just landed SN-15, which is the second stage of the rocket. The booster hasn't even been built yet, but the first stage, or the second stage, has been launching a lot of test models for a while. SN-15 just landed, the first Starship to land. Crumpled the legs, that's how they're supposed to work, and Elon Musk said they might want to relaunch the thing just to see if it'll work. And SN-16, the next test vehicle, is almost ready to fly. The flaps are spotted. They're not on the rocket, but the engines aren't on the rocket yet that we know of. SN-16 is in the mid bay, or in the high bay. SN-17 is in the mid bay. No flaps, no bottom skirt, and no bottom fins. So we're awaiting that, and the BN3 booster is being built. Pieces are all over the place down there in Boca Chica, and we plan on continuing our coverage in Boca Chica. We're going to be moving our headquarters down to Boca Chica so we can get a better vantage point of Starship. I'm moving myself. I'm moving because I love spaceflight so much. I'm literally picking up everything that I own and moving to a place I've never been to before for this rocket. And I can do that because of your support. Everybody watching right now, it's because of you that I can do this, that I can pick up and leave. And I can say, you know what? It's important to do this. People need to know about this. So I need to go and cover it. And I have the means to do it. I am, an experienced videographer, experienced photographer. I have this show. People need to know about this thing. So I'm going to move everything in my life to Texas. Love to see that. but too cloudy here. So, oh well, it's far north here in South Dakota. Wish I had found you sooner. Look forward to learning more. Lloyd, thanks so much. Yeah, join up, man. We are here for you. Lots of space news coming up. SpaceX flies a booster for the 10th time this morning for Starlink. Yeah, the Starlink, what is it, 2? I have been so busy with this that I haven't been able to cover Starlink at all. But the 10th flight of a Starlink, how crazy would that be? A 10th, like a rocket booster flying 10 times in a row. Like, that's crazy. That's, refurbish the thing, send it back up. Lowest part of the elliptical orbit seems to be over Australia. Shouldn't that be first place it crosses the Kármán line and start deorbiting? It should a little bit past Australia, as far as I know, John, as far as I can tell. A little bit past, or yeah, let me take another look at that though. I want to make sure that's right. But you're pretty close, if not on point there. And according to NORAD, give me 1 second here. I've got to make sure that I get the times right. I'm going to refresh. Make sure we have another latest info from NORAD. I think their website's getting hit hard from this launch, or from this deorbit. Page Waters, why are different countdowns up to 15 minutes off from yours? These are all estimates, and we're getting our information directly from NORAD and directly from the Department of Defense, the U.S. Space Command. So when it's 60 minutes plus or minus, and they're all, even the U.S. Space Command doesn't know an exact time yet. So we are all in the same boat here. Thank you for that super chat. That's the best way to get a hold of me, is a super chat. If you want your question answered, if you have a question, if there's anything specific that you'd like to ask, super chat is the way to go. Next orbit will go down under South Australia and cross over New Zealand. Yeah, I don't think I'll be able to see it this orbit. I think the next orbit is probably going to be the one that I'll be able to see the ship at. So I'm going to go outside and look anyway. When it gets closer to South America, I'm going to just look south. I'm not sure if I'll be able to see anything because it'll be coming from the west towards the east, and I'll be south of me. So I'll take a look down there, see what I can see. We're almost at 20,000 likes. We only need 300 more likes, not even 250 likes to get to 20,000 likes on this video. Crazy, man. Crazy. This has been a 26.5 hour stream right now. Live coverage of the real-time tracker of the Chinese Long March 5 rocket. And as of right now, it looks like the rocket will be deorbiting and entering off the west coast of South America. It'll be re-entering at 2:11 UTC, plus or minus 60 minutes, at a latitude of 35.9 and a longitude of 34.4 in the Mediterranean basin. Kev Vox, thank you so much for the super chat. And we're waiting on tips from the U.S. Space Command. Hello from Latvia, Europe. Matthias, thank you so much for that super chat. Appreciate your support. Check us out on Twitter at Space News Pod, one word, on Twitter. Help us grow on Twitter as well. Rainy Shed, thanks so much for that super chat. How do flat earthers explain its orbit? Will they? Let's just say they have no idea what they're talking about. Let's just say flat earthers, get out of here. I don't care how they explain it. They have their weird ways of explaining things that don't actually make sense. So yeah, I don't know how they'll explain it. It'll be funny though. When they do it, it'll be comical the way they try to do mental they'll try to jump through mental hoops to make this make sense of this. All they have to do is look at the science of it. It's pretty easy. Pretty simple. Everybody who's here today, if you are new to the channel, we're here covering the Long March 5B rocket. China has said the rocket has unique designs that most of its parts will be burnt up during the reentry process. It's highly unlikely that debris will cause any harm to aircraft activity or ground-based assets and personnel. That's what China has said. Nothing to worry about here. I shouldn't say nothing. There's a very slight possibility to worry, but I wouldn't worry. More than likely, this thing is going to plummet into the Pacific Ocean, and no harm is going to be done from this rocket. Current altitude is about 166 kilometers up. Thanks, Asheville Trainman. When you look at the edge of the horizon, how far away is that directly over something? Ooh, that's pretty far away. That's a good question. Do you mean without things in your way? Like just if it were just a normal, like long field, like a long distance away. If you're on the ground, it's about 12, anywhere between 11 and 13 miles an hour, or miles away, about 20 kilometers ish, somewhere like that. Somewhere around there. Sarah Hall, thanks for that $7.99 super chat. Appreciate you. If you want to help out the channel, if you want to be part of this community here, make sure to join up as a member of the show. Rebecca White asks, is it going to deorbit soon or next pass? We have about an hour before we'll really know when it's going to deorbit. It's going to re-enter. Can we get 80,000 subscribers tonight? We're pretty close. Can we break YouTube and get 100,000 subscribers tonight? Can we do it? Do you think everybody here, if everybody here subscribes, you think we could do it? Let's try it. Eduardo, thank you so much for the super chat. Aiden Hagley, let's get to 80K subs. Yes, Aiden, thank you. Let's get to 80K first, then we're going for 100K. Let's try to get to 100K before this thing deorbits. Let's beat this rocket. 100K subscribers. Let's go for it. That'll be fun. "26 hours, 40 minutes into this broadcast. 26 hours. We've been broadcasting the tracker for the Long March 5B. As of right now, it's over the Pacific Ocean, near where it will re-enter and break up. Is it just the satellite or just parts of it? Andre, this is a rocket. This is a giant rocket. So this rocket sent a part of the Chinese space station into orbit just a few days ago. And now it's deorbiting. So this is the first stage of that rocket. And if you're anywhere near it, you should be able to see it in the night sky. It's like a satellite that flies by. It's really bright. It's really big. Thanks for that super chat. Dumdaki, I don't understand. Where are the $128 billion? I don't know what you're talking about there or what you're referencing, but thanks for the super chat. Appreciate your support. Can we beat Mr. Beast's super chat record of $1 million? Somebody said that in chat. So funny. That would be insane. I wouldn't know what to do. That would be life changing. Even the chats tonight, everybody hanging out, supporting the show tonight. This is literally, you're literally changing my life tonight. And by being here and watching this show, I should be able to do what I need to do for the channel to grow it to a point where we can bring you the latest space coverage. Crazy. Like it's insane. I'm just thinking about it. It's 3:30 a.m. here in Denmark. I don't care at this point. Thanks for that super chat. M Pop, thank you so much. Yeah, I'm getting to the same way. It's 9:30 at night right now where I'm at, and this thing is going to deorbit at about midnight here, probably 11 or midnight, somewhere around there. And I am ready to take it on. That's about 2 to 3 hours more. I'm exhausted. I stayed up till 2 o'clock in the morning last night for this show, and then I woke up at 8 o'clock this morning to keep going. The uncontrolled reentering for other countries, rockets like ESA and NASA. Sometimes, not on purpose. Wow, super chats flooding in like crazy. Thank you so much, everybody. Kev Vox, I live in Southeast Texas. You think I will see it? Maybe it might. If it deorbits late, there's a possibility it'll go near the east coast of the US. So it might skirt up through Texas and past the east coast. 49, if the current reentry target is off and it does near the eastern coast of the United States, what's the chance of hitting Western Virginia? Well, so it'll kind of skirt up the whole, kind of scoot up the whole coast from Texas up towards New York. It'll go from across Mexico, Texas area, and then up towards New York, that area, the Northeast. So West Virginia, I just drove through there actually when I was going to NASA at Kennedy Space Center a couple weeks ago. I know exactly Western Virginia is. Um, there's a chance that you would be definitely be able to see it. Hitting there, I'm not going to say that there's no chance, but there's a very slim chance that it would hit anywhere in the United States because you can never be 100% sure. You can never be 100% sure. Thanks for that super chat, Joshua. Holly, not to be too gruesome, but what would happen if it hit a populated area? This thing's pretty big, right? So this thing, if and I know Angry Astronaut mentioned this when he was on the show a couple, about 30 minutes ago. Um, it's not like it's nothing to joke about. This is a serious issue, and the rocket is dangerous. It's big. The parts that'll be dropping down and falling down would be about the size of a jet. It's a big rocket. Parts like, engine parts, they're built tough and they can hurt people and they could possibly injure somebody. So, injure or kill somebody. So the if it were to land in a populated area and there's people around, um, it could be devastating to a lot of people in that area. It could ruin businesses, could destroy cars, could land on people. If it's in a populated area, bad things could really, really happen. So hopefully it's not going to, and it's going to land in the Pacific Ocean, but we'll figure it out as time goes by. Do you think we'll see it in Chicago? Probably not, Jonah, but maybe just look southwest. Might be able to see it southwest. It's going to be going near the US towards Florida. If you're in Florida, you should be able to see this right in a little bit here. So um the reason why I did this is to promote the science behind what's going on right now and how it's irresponsible for some government to do this. We're not sure if the rocket had a controlled system, a controlled deorbit system equipped, or if it malfunctioned, or if it was even equipped with one to begin with. So we are, we're awaiting to see what China says after this thing lands. They're probably not going to say anything, to be honest with you. We're going to have a special guest in a few minutes. We're lining up Neil to join us. Hope he can join us. Trying to figure that out. Neil is a member of the Space News Pod team here, and we'll be talking about the Long March 5B rocket momentarily. So I'm going to take a quick couple minute break. Stay tuned. We're going to have a special guest, Neil Thorne, when we come back. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the show. My name is Will. I'm the host of the Space News Pod. We're going to be switching off to members only chat for a moment. We're going to be reconfiguring some systems, so we need those resources. So, members only for a little bit. We'll be back to give you as much information as possible about this Long March 5B rocket and its deorbit. It should be deorbiting into the Pacific Ocean. So we're going to be switching to members only chat momentarily. If you want to continue chatting, become a member of the channel, hit the join button, and we'll see you soon. Stay tuned because this thing is going to be deorbiting tonight. Thanks for tuning in and being part of the Space News Pod. Thanks for subscribing and liking this program. We've been going live for 27 hours here, 27 hours straight. So thank you so much for all the support. It really does mean a lot. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Space News Pod. I'm your host, Will Walden, and we're getting reports from numerous sources that the rocket has possibly re-entered the Earth's atmosphere. There's been a lack of new data sets, which could indicate that the Long March 5B rocket has re-entered Earth's atmosphere. But we're still watching the skies and we're watching all the data feeds to know what's going on. There's different data about different heights right now, different altitudes, anywhere from, like Ken said, 126 to I'm getting other reports of 151. So it could mean that we are moving into a deorbit burn up of Long March 5B. Now, hopefully, this will land in the Pacific Ocean. Hopefully, we lose this rocket in the Pacific. That would be the best case scenario. Best case scenario. It deorbits and burns up in the Pacific Ocean. Thank you, Peter Ryan, for becoming a new member. Thank you, SPS Reflex 2006, also for a new member just right now. Thank you. And thanks to everybody who's become a sub to the channel. We're at 76,961, almost at 77,000. Wow, crazy. This rocket is deorbiting as we speak. It's burning up probably as we speak. We're not 100% sure. We don't have data coming in right now that shows exactly where the rocket is, but this is where it is predicted to be. Fingers crossed that we get this into the Pacific. I'm going to open up chat to everybody here. I'm going to enable slow mode. So here we go, everybody. Let's open up chat to the world. Thank you so much for all your super chats. Thank you so much for all of your help tonight and for your likes and subscriptions. It's going to be insane no matter what. Tonic Fox, I agree with you. Oregon should be safe. Jude, you are correct. Hello, everybody. Here we go, chat. This is going crazy. Welcome to the show. If you have a question, make sure to super chat. Super chat's the way to go to get your question answered on the air. Thank you so much, everybody who's subscribing to the channel right now. We're almost at 80,000. We could get 80,000 subscribers during this burn up right now. The altitude is diminishing and the rocket, as we know it, is there going to be any video of this? Austin, unfortunately not. We don't have any video feeds in the Pacific Ocean. So we're going to be tracking it via data that we are getting from numerous sources. The altitude and the countdown timer, we're almost, the countdown timer was almost right. It was pretty close. It was minus or plus 60 minutes, and our countdown timer was almost legit there. SPS Reflex, what time will it crash of we're not exactly sure, because if it did deorbit already, then that process is on its way through. The U.S. Space Command, 2 hours ago, reentry should have been at 2:11 UTC, plus or minus 60 minutes. It is going to be traveling at 7.8 kilometers per second. Could be ships with cell phone cameras. That's true. We could possibly patch into a Twitter feed or something. Art Nelson, how will we know when it's down for sure? We will have as much data as we can get. We're tracking on Cellestrack. We're tracking on numerous different different stations here. And right now, the predicted reentry is in the Pacific Ocean. It looks like it's right now it's between Australia and South America, and it's still traveling. It's still re-entering. The altitude, as far as we know, is at 155-ish, according to Cellestrack. But we're not 100% sure. That's the thing about this. We aren't 100% sure. They have some re-entry data, re-entry points, you know, in the Pacific Ocean outside of Brazil. Also, the Aerospace Corporation on Twitter, Aerospace Corp, is saying right now that there's an absence of data, which indicates that Long March 5B is re-entered. This fits both of their latest predictions, uncertainty range, and Spacetrack org predictions. Without confirming video footage, a decay message, or a new data set we cannot yet confirmed. We're still watching. Spoke with the team. We have all indications the rocket is down. Once they get radar confirmation of nothing in orbit, they will release the final message with time. Y'all stop hiding in your bunkers. That's what has been said on Spacetrack.org right now. So this rocket could have already departed or deorbited. New update from Spacetrack. So that is a tweet from Spacetrack.org. Spoke with the team. We have indications that the rocket is down. Once they get radar confirmation of nothing in orbit, after 3 UTC, they will release the final message with time. So that's from Spacetrack.org. And they are one of the leaders of tracking space debris. So we're going to use that as some data, not all the data, mind you. So pretty soon we're going to get some information. There are people on Twitter saying it's entered or it's like officially in the ocean now. I don't know what's real. Tonic Fox Gaming, we are also trying to find the latest information that we can about this rocket. Everybody out there that's watching right now, we've just witnessed history. This is a rocket that was out of control and possibly re-entered Earth's atmosphere and burnt up on its way back in the Pacific Ocean. This normally doesn't happen. This Chinese rocket, the Chinese Long March 5B, took the first section of the Chinese space station to orbit just a few days ago. And now it was careening back down to Earth and possibly in the Pacific Ocean. The altitude, I'm going to take that down actually because we don't know exactly what the altitude is. The countdown timer, we'll keep that because it's pretty close. Pretty close. We believe the rocket has reached the Pacific Ocean and has crashed on the west coast of South America. We're not sure exactly where it is landed, but it has crashed as far as we know. Are there gravitation things at play that kept it from traveling across USA, California? Each time it says it goes across close to Florida. It's the speed. There's a lot of math going into this. Speed of the rocket, how fast it's tumbling, the atmosphere, the gravity, all sorts of things are affecting it. The moon, even a little bit. Somebody said the moon earlier. So all sorts of things are affecting this rocket. Well, if it's in the Pacific Ocean. Chat, can we do something crazy now? Since this rocket is probably in the ocean and we went through this struggle together for how long has it been? Since yesterday at 7 o'clock p.m. 28 hours we've been doing this live? 28 hours? Let's give ourselves, everybody here, let's give ourselves a little round of applause for being part of history and being part of the Space News Pod family. So please, if you will, give this video a thumbs up. Subscribe to the channel if you like spaceflight. If you like SpaceX, if you like Elon Musk, make sure to subscribe to the channel. We do daily updates about SpaceX and Starship. If you're into that kind of stuff, make sure to subscribe to the channel because we're almost at 80,000. Let's make it to 80,000. We're at 77,377. We can get to 80,000 subscribers tonight. That'd be amazing. We started at about 60,000. We got about 20,000 subscribers in the last 2 days. So we're expecting the crash to be in the Pacific. I'm going to look at my sources again real quick. Tonic Fox Gaming. I missed the last 2 minutes. What happened? We are assuming that the rocket has landed in the Pacific Ocean. We're waiting for more data. 28 minutes ago, spacetrack.org spoke with the team. We have indications that the rocket is down, the Long March 5B rocket. Once they get radar confirmation of nothing in orbit, which will be should be pretty soon, they will release the final message with time. So we're expecting the rocket to have splashed down in the Pacific Ocean, which is the best place for this rocket to land. FL32Biz, thanks for that super chat. Appreciate your support. Everybody here, thank you for witnessing history at the Space News Pod. And thank you for subscribing and liking to this channel, or liking this video and subscribing to this channel. You're amazing. And we're very close to 80,000 subscribers right now. We are awaiting confirmation. Because we lost signal, we lost radar confirmation of the rocket. Even spacetrack.org, even the US Space Command, they're watching this rocket, and we'll get more information as soon as possible. So we're waiting more information from numerous sources that the rocket is confirmed in the Pacific Ocean. We'll have to wait a good 10 or 15, 20 minutes for that. Maybe earlier. We'll see. Just like everything else in this launch, or in this deorbit, you never know. You never know. There's more tracking going on. Other people are showing different statistics. But the other thing is, we don't really know. We're not 100% sure where this thing is right now. They've lost it on radar. Thanks for that 199A. Thanks for that super chat. CZ 5B. There are numerous sources out there going on, so we're just going by the most legitimate sources that we know of. Jerusalem Post just posted that the Chinese rocket Long March 5B has reportedly re-entered into Earth's atmosphere to crash into the Indian Ocean. Numerous sources out there right now saying numerous things. So we're just going to wait until we get confirmation. To tell you what the actual sources are and where this thing has actually landed. Pacific Ocean was reported earlier from numerous sources. And if it landed in the Indian Ocean, that means that it crashed before it reached the Pacific. So it was before Australia. So we're going to keep up to date. And our tracker right now is just the default tracker. It'll continue on. Yeah, Ken, we've seen different reports from different people. These are projected courses right now of the rocket. Different sources, different people saying very different things. The U.S. Space Command has not released anything yet. Spacetrack.org. Let's see if they have anything official yet. Everyone else following the Long March 5B reentry can relax. The rocket is down. You can see all relevant information updates here on Twitter, Facebook. So there is no need to keep visiting the spacetrack.org website. It says spacetrack.org on Twitter. So it seems like the rocket is down. We're not exactly sure where it's down though. Indian Ocean, or there's numerous reports on the Indian Ocean. There's also numerous reports from the Pacific Ocean. We're getting reports from Chinese Space Agency, the Chinese Human Spaceflight Agency as well. So we're giving you the most relevant information as it comes in. We're giving you as much information as we can, and then we will make sure that you get the proper information when we get an exact location of the rocket. We know it's down. We know that it landed, but we don't know where yet. Stephanie Vargas, SOS Columbia. Thanks for that super chat. I do appreciate your support. We're going to sit tight and wait for confirmation of where the rocket has fallen. As far as we know, it was in the Pacific Ocean, but there's different reports coming in from different places, different data sets. China is now reporting that the rocket has landed, according to Jonathan McDowell, who's an astronomer working on Chandra quasars in his astronomer at the Center for Astrophysics. China now reporting that the rocket re-entered at 2:24 UTC, which is right over the Maldives. If correct, would be interesting to see if we get reports from there. Trying to find some video, trying to find some more sources for you about when the rocket landed. Near Sri Lanka, to the west of Sri Lanka. That's what China is saying right now. So if that's correct, it's near the Arabian Sea, near Sri Lanka, to the west of Singapore, and to the east of Africa, to the east of Somalia, Yemen, Oman. So we will see. We'll bring you as much information as we can. But like you, I'm searching out the latest information right now from reliable, dependable sources. Thank you, Hyper Crazy Himalayan. Rocket is down near Maldives. That's what we've heard from China. We heard that from Jonathan McDowell, who's a very trusted astronomer at the Center for Astrophysics. An ocean reentry was always statistically the most likely. We're just waiting for live updates. But the rocket should be down, as far as we know, as far as we've seen. Everyone sit tight. I'll bring you as much information as I can when I get it. While you're just sitting there, hit that sub button. It's easy. It's free. It helps out the channel a ton. We do this every single day. We bring you new spaceflight information every single day. Is it down, Rebecca? As far as we know, then it is down. Off the coast of the Maldives, to the east of the Maldives, in the Indian Ocean. Off the coast of Malaysia? And yeah, off the west coast of Malaysia, just south of Sri Lanka. Just south of Sri Lanka. That's what we're seeing right now. I doubt China would lie about this, but I want official sources. Exactly. Exactly. We got to see who's official uh, information we can get here. We're working on it. The thing is, nobody really knew where this thing was going to come down. There were so many different reports that it was going to be coming down in the Pacific, but you have to understand that the atmosphere has a huge role in how this rocket comes back down to Earth. So the atmosphere, like the angry astronaut was saying, the sun's beams, the sun's photons could be pushing the rocket in a different way. Right? And if it hits the atmosphere in one way, if it's a little bit faster and the atmosphere slows it down or doesn't slow it down enough, then it can keep going. If it slows it down, it'll stop before, really early near Australia, or it can continue going and end up near Sri Lanka. So everybody was here witnessing history in the making. This is amazing. In the Indian Ocean, as far as we know so far, it's not confirmed, by the way, not confirmed. We're waiting on more confirmation about where this rocket has actually landed. But Jonathan McDowell, astronomer, very trustworthy. He's reporting that the rocket re-entered at 2:24 UTC, which is right over the Maldives. So near Sri Lanka, that's where we think that the rocket has landed. Waiting on Space Force confirmation as well. The rocket more than likely came down somewhere over the Indian Ocean. But we're waiting on confirmation for that. So stick around. We'll let you know where it is. When we get actual Department of Defense or Space Force confirmation. China's government site is down right now. It's being battered. China's manned space website from the official Chinese government at 7:24 on that's a little while ago on today, the final stage wreckage of the Long March 5B. This is being translated too. 5B rocket deorbits. The height of the perigee is about 130 kilometers. The height of the apogee is about 160. The inclination angle is 41% or 41.5 degrees. The estimated time of reentry is at 10:12 plus 15 minutes on May 9th. That was just a few minutes ago, about 15 or 20 minutes ago. And the center of the reentry area is located at 30 or 2838 east longitude and 3443 north latitude. So I'm going to post this in chat. This is where China has reported that the rocket is down. Pretty said, yes, it went off orbit, I guess, into the Indian Ocean and crashed below Sri Lanka, very near India. Yes, that's what all the reports are saying now. So the rocket is being reported as down, but not confirmed quite yet. Not confirmed by the Department of Defense or the Space Force. And we're awaiting confirmation. Just doing some sleuthing here. Seeing what the Space Force has to say, if they have anything to say. Jonathan McDowell. And nothing new from there. Nothing new from the Space Force. We're just waiting on confirmation. So it's more than likely splashed down near Sri Lanka, to the south of Sri Lanka, in the ocean, the Indian Ocean. Hey, thanks everybody, by the way, just while we're here waiting for confirmation. Thanks for becoming, part of the Space News Pod. We reached 78,000 subscribers because of you tonight. Our goal is 80,000 subscribers. Do you think we can get 2,000 subs before we get confirmation? Let's have a race. Let's have a race. Chinese news agency has reported that the re-entry area was near the Indian Ocean, near Sri Lanka. Don't know exactly the pinpointed splashdown area, but we'll keep you updated as soon as we get more information. Thank you to all the new subscribers and all the new super chatters and new members today. I'm going to give you guys a shout out, members of the show. New members here. New members, Gabby, Dana, Virginia, Dana, Tonic Fox, Peter Ryan, Cliff M, SBS Reflex, Jude. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Space News Pod today. Rebecca White, EO2 Dave, Autumn Lily. Thanks so much for that. Thanks for becoming a member of the show. The rocket has possibly splashed down near the Maldives, however you want to say it. Both ways are correct. Depends on where you're from. We're waiting for official confirmation. Thanks, the Armored Werewolf. Is certainly a mix between spooky and fascinating. I agree with you. It was spooky not knowing what's going on, and it's fascinating knowing that this can happen. So we're waiting confirmation from numerous sources. The Chinese source, the Chinese government has stated that it is impacted in the Indian Ocean, is burnt up in the atmosphere and impacted the Indian Ocean near the Maldives. And we're awaiting numerous sources so we can keep you on track and keep you updated as soon as we get the information for you so you know exactly where this rocket re-entered and splashed down. Space Track has said, we believe the rocket went down in the Indian Ocean, but we are waiting on official data from 18 SPS. That's a Space Control Squadron, detects, tracks, and identifies all artificial objects in Earth orbit. We're waiting on them to see what's up. Thanks, Kaz, for the super sticker. Appreciate that. That was cute. Rocket is burnt up and has landed in the Indian Ocean as far as we know. And we're awaiting confirmation from numerous sources. When it hit the Kármán line, that's a great thing. So the Kármán line is about 100K up from Earth. And when you hit the Kármán line, that's where our atmosphere stops, and that's where space starts, around that area. So when it hits that, that's when the rocket starts burning up. That's when the process starts, that it starts deteriorating. When it hits that Kármán line, when it hits our atmosphere, the molecules in the air up there, as little as there may be, it starts to rip the rocket to shreds and burn it up on its way back into the ocean, this time the Indian Ocean. And we're awaiting confirmation on exactly where this rocket has landed. I want to say shout out to our latest Patreon patrons too. Want to help out? There's our Patreon. Get exclusive access to our Discord. Thanks, Steve Allen, Max Capacity, Lily Carlos, Marianne, Mars Gaming Ole, Disturbed 47, Marius, JJ Silk. Thank you so much for becoming members of the Patreon, which is the Galaxy Gang. If you want to join the Galaxy Gang, you can join on YouTube. Hit the join button or join up on Patreon. Get behind the scenes of everything that's going on. You get access to our Discord. And we're going to be moving our base of operations from where we are now to Texas, near Starbase, SpaceX Starbase in Texas. so we can bring you a continuous coverage of SpaceX's Starship rocket. So without your support tonight, we couldn't do this. So thank you so much for the super chats. Thank you so much for all the support. Subscribing to the channel supports us as well. And liking this video helps a lot too. Hanging out here in chat, chatting it up, being here, witnessing this world event really helps out a ton. So thank you so much to everybody who's helped out. These are data predictions that you're seeing right now of where the rocket would have gone if it continued to orbit. And we're working on getting different visuals for you. So you'll know where the rocket landed. So here is the latest prediction of where the rocket has landed, where it has crashed into the Indian Ocean. Just south of Sri Lanka, along that red route there. That's our trajectory that this rocket has taken. So it could be anywhere in this route, in this trajectory. But since it re-entered right about there, that's where we're expecting the re-entry to be and where the rocket had burned up. But we're looking for new sources to confirm the rocket has burnt up. We have Chinese sources saying that the rocket has landed in the Indian Ocean. So I believe this is the end of the rocket. I think we're all good. I think we made it. We made it through. Yeah, this is pretty interesting to see where this landed. Everybody was saying the Pacific Ocean when they started. the Pacific Ocean was the hotbed for this rocket before it landed. And all the data models showed that the rocket was going to crash into the Pacific Ocean, but instead, we get it landing possibly in the Indian Ocean. Kind of crazy, if you ask me. But that's the other thing. The atmosphere is dense in places and it's also light in places. So if it stops early in the Indian Ocean, if it stops late, it really depends on the atmosphere and um, how strong this rocket is. And they are built to burn up in the atmosphere on the way back through. We've been bringing you coverage for the last 28 hours, almost 29 hours. So over those 29 hours, thank you so much for all of your support. My name is Will, and this is the Space News Pod. This is a channel that I built about 2 years ago. Started building it. It's been a fun journey. Straight into the Indian Ocean, exactly. And right now it's almost midnight on the East Coast, and we are enjoying some science, my friends. Enjoying some science. If you want to help out the channel so we can bring you even more spaceflight coverage every single day, make sure to subscribe to the channel. If you like Elon Musk, if you like SpaceX, if you like Falcon 9s, if you like Falcon Heavies, if you like starships, make sure to sub to the channel because we bring you that information. We bring you those videos every single day. And every single day, we'll bring you something new. We have a lot of Starship coverage, but our coverage for Starship is going to get even better with your help. So make sure to subscribe to the channel and get notifications because more and more content will be coming your way about rockets, SpaceX. More information that we hear from the Chinese Long March 5B rocket. We're going to try to find a video source, numerous video sources of the Long March 5B, and we will post them as soon as we can get them. So at the top of the chat, if you click the link at the top of the chat, you can sub to the channel and help us out. We're almost at 80,000. Let's get to 80,000. Let's do it. We're at 78,500. We can get to 80,000 pretty quick. 80,000 subscribers. Let's just do it real quick. Let's get this done. The rocket has landed near the Maldives in the Indian Ocean. It had re-entered near the Maldives. And we're waiting on confirmation of exactly where this rocket is right now. Just south of Sri Lanka is where it re-entered. S'mores, thanks, man. Appreciate that. I will probably see you in Boca Chica eventually. That'll be fun. Thanks to everybody who's come out today. I can't say thank you enough. This is um, for me personally, this has been a journey. Over 24-hour stream, absolutely incredible. Had so much fun today with everybody, and bringing you all the news about the Long March 5B rocket and other news, SpaceX news, etc. And SpaceX will be launching a Starlink mission this morning in a couple hours, in about 3 hours. Starlink will be launching the 10th launch of this booster. 10th launch of the booster. How crazy is that? How angry is angry now? Probably just as angry as before. Just as angry as before. We are awaiting more confirmation from different sources. But for all accounts that we know, it has landed in the Indian Ocean and is broken up. On all accounts, we know that the rocket has re-entered the atmosphere, has burnt up, and everyone is safe. No confirmation from the 18th Space Squadron, which detects, tracks, and identifies all objects in Earth orbit. We haven't heard anything from them yet, but they should have something as soon as they get more information. It's now a submarine. Paul on the Edge, that is kind of funny, actually. It was in space, now it's under the ocean. It's a submarine. It went to both places, right? We're almost at 80,000 subscribers. Holy cow, how did that happen? Thank you so much, everybody, for that. 24,000 likes, 24,359 to be exact likes, 20 new members to the channel. Thank you so much. If you've got it, want to get access to our Discord, make sure to join our Patreon, patreon.com/Space News Pod. We're just awaiting the Chinese Long March 5B rocket information. It's crashed in the Indian Ocean. We don't know exactly where it crashed in the Indian Ocean, but we haven't had any confirmation that anybody has seen the wreckage or debris in the Indian Ocean yet. The Chinese government has released a statement saying that the rocket has started dismantling over the under Sri Lanka, south of Sri Lanka, near the Maldives. So we should, in theory, have nothing to worry about anymore. So most of the rocket was destroyed on the way back in because it's designed to do that. And then there were some parts probably that ended up in the ocean, Indian Ocean. If you have any questions, make sure to super chat them because I can't keep track of chat. It's going way too fast. There's no way I can see everybody's chats. I even have a big monitor with big text, and it's almost impossible for me to read all this stuff. So if you have a specific question, make sure to super chat. I have about 10 more minutes here. I'm fading fast. It's about midnight here. So if you have any specific questions, let me know. And I'll be happy to help you. The Chinese Long March 5B rocket has entered the atmosphere, has burnt up, and is somewhere in the Indian Ocean right now. It's in the water in the Indian Ocean somewhere. I'm waiting for confirmation too, Rebecca. That's the hard part, the confirmation. Thanks for all the follows on Twitter as well. Thank you so much for everybody looking up Space News Pod on Twitter. Thank you so much for that. I do appreciate that. Victory Man, thanks for the $1 super chat. Appreciate that. Helps out the channel tremendously. Any little bit counts. We're moving our base of operations to Texas so we can be closer to SpaceX. So any little bit helps. Rebecca, I've been taking naps on and off. I don't know how you aren't right now. Lots of coffee and my internal flame for space flight. I have energy to spare with space flight. So, my friends, I think this will conclude the show today. We will make sure you know all the proper information, the confirmations. We have 300 more subscribers, 280 subscribers to go before 80,000. We almost did it. We almost made it. So if 300 people can subscribe right now, we'll get to 80,000. Our new marker was 80,000. That would be the best gift for this coverage. I would be so thankful for that. 300 people. That's it. Not even 280 people. Thank you so much, everybody, for all of your support. Continue following the channel, subscribe to the channel. Take care of yourselves out there. This has been a blast. Get it? Been a blast. And make sure to continuously monitor our channel. Thank you, everybody. Take care of yourselves out there. And it's been my pleasure to give you the information about the Chinese Long March 5B rocket. I'll see you soon, everybody. My name is Will, and this has been the Space News Pod for the night. Here are some of the people that have helped us out along the way. That arrow on the right doesn't mean anything, but if you want to join the Galaxy Gang, patreon.com/Space News Pod is the place to do it. Join up on Patreon and get behind the scenes with our production crew as we move our base of operations to Texas, as I drive to Texas basically with my car loaded with a bunch of stuff. You'll get behind the scenes and you'll get first access to amazing content from SpaceX that nobody else will have. So we're working on it and it's going to be amazing. We bring you daily space content, space news content. Pretty, it was very fun. It was very fun. I had a great time. Now I'm exhausted. So I'm going to go hang out with my dog and probably fall asleep. Not set an alarm. Becoming a member on YouTube is easy as well. Hit the join button. The rocket has crashed into the Indian Ocean and everybody is safe. That's what's going on right now. If you want to become part of the Galaxy Gang, join up on Patreon. Help us out. Help us get to the next level. Help us level up. Did we make 80,000? Let's see. One more check. One more check. Guys, subscribe real quick. See if we made it to 80,000. I'm going to wait 30 seconds and then I'm going to check it and then I'll let you know that I'll confirm how many subscribers we have at the end of the show. Let's see if we made 80,000. Let's do a countdown here. 20 seconds left in our countdown. 15 seconds left. 10 seconds left. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Refresh. How many subs do we have for the channel? 78,875. 78,875. We almost did it. Almost 80,000. Very close. I love you all. Thank you so much for your continued support. 78,911. It just went up. The rocket has crashed into the Indian Ocean. The rocket is gone. It's in the ocean. 78,926. We're almost there. Good night, everybody. I am out of here. Take care of yourselves. My name is Will, and I'm the host of the Space News Pod. Thanks to Angry Astronaut for being a guest on the show. We tried to get Neil on here, but I was really tired. So I said I have to lay down for a little bit. Let's do it later. And then we just never did it. So next time. 78,938. We almost did it. Okay, everybody. Take care of yourselves. I love you.